Hey guys, tonight we're stepping back in time, way back, to an era where power wasn't just a concept, it was a crown, it's a sword, and a very real, very heavy weight resting on the shoulders of individuals who literally believed they were chosen. By God, we're going to dive headfirst into the lives of medieval kings. Not just their battles and their triumphs, but the darker, stranger corners of their reigns. Those intimate moments of unchecked privilege and peculiar appetites. You're going to encounter some truly fascinating characters. And let's be honest, if you were plucked from your comfy sofa and dropped into their court, you probably wouldn't survive the week. Between the lack of plumbing, the constant threat of assassination, and the casual cruelty, modern life looks pretty good. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, okay? And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You close your eyes, okay? And suddenly, the crisp, clean air of your modern home is gone, replaced by the faint, earthy scent of damp stone, wood smoke, and something else, ... Something less definable, a mix of unwashed bodies, stale ale, and the ever-present, faint odor of fear that clings to the drafty halls of a medieval castle. You find yourself standing, or perhaps more accurately, shuffling through the packed, echoing space of a great hall. Torches flicker on the rough-hewn walls, casting dancing shadows that make the carved beasts on the wooden pillars seem to writhe. The air is thick with the murmur of voices, the clatter of plates, and the occasional braying laugh that sounds suspiciously like someone just told a very rude joke. This is the court, the very heart of a kingdom, and at its center, often on a raised dais, sits the king. Not some distant figure on a coin, but a living, breathing man, draped in furs and heavy fabrics, his crown perhaps a little askew, his gaze sweeping over the assembled courtiers with a mixture of boredom, suspicion, and absolute authority. You realize, with a slight chill, that in this era, the king isn't just a head of state, he is the state. His word is law, his whims can reshape lives, and his temperament dictates the very atmosphere of the court. There's no constitution to fall back on, no parliament to debate the finer points of his latest decree. Just him and whatever strange, wonderful, or truly appalling ideas might take root in his royal mind. Think about it, waking up every day knowing you're accountable to no one but God, and sometimes not even really him. If you felt particularly blessed or just stubborn, you could literally demand anything, from a lavish feast served on solid gold platters to the head of a troublesome nobleman who looked at you funny during mass. You could declare war on a whim, marry off your children to anyone you pleased, or throw a lavish party that emptied the royal coffers in a single night. This wasn't just a power, it was an intoxicating, all-consuming force, and as we all know, absolute power has a rather unfortunate tendency to, well, absolutely corrupt. This unchecked authority meant that while some kings were indeed pious, just, and diligent rulers boring, others saw their throne as an excuse to indulge every dark impulse, every peculiar fascination, every vice imaginable. When your daily life revolves around endless petitions, politicking, and the dull thud of responsibilities, it's easy to see how a monarch might seek out alternate forms of entertainment or expression. After all, what's a little deviation when you're literally above the law? You're essentially the ultimate celebrity, but without social media to call you out for your questionable fashion choices, or that time you tried to make your horse a consul. Though, to be fair, Roman emperors did try that. It puts things in perspective. Many of these kings, by modern standards, okay, and often even by the standards of their own time, engaged in behaviors that were scandalous, cruel, or just plain bizarre. We're talking about everything from extreme gluttony and debauchery to acts of shocking violence and manipulation, all fueled by the sheer certainty that no one could truly stop them. While historians still debate the precise balance of power between the monarch, the nobility, and the church, it's safe to say that when a king decided to get weird, there wasn't much anyone could do but watch, hold their breath, and pray they weren't next on the list. You might think, oh, it was just a different time. And while that's true to an extent, hygiene, for instance, was certainly different. Some actions transcend cultural relativism. A king who found joy in tormenting his subjects, Kor, who treated his court like a personal playground for his darkest desires, was considered an anomaly even then. Perhaps even more so because their actions were often interpreted as a divine judgment upon the kingdom itself, a bit like how we blame the weather on our internet provider sometimes, but with more plague that so. As we explore these fascinating, often unsettling reigns, try to imagine the sheer audacity it must have taken for these individuals to act out their most peculiar impulses, knowing that thousands of lives hung in the balance of their very next decision. You find yourself adjusting to the peculiar rhythm of court life. It's a delicate dance where survival often depends on your ability to read the room, flatter the powerful, and avoid drawing the king's ire. And trust me, that ire could be triggered by the most unexpected things. One day, it might be the cut of your tunic, the next, a misplaced comment about the royal hunt. Imagine trying to navigate that social minefield after only having to worry about what Instagram filter to use on your avocado toast. Talk about a culture shock. Now, when we talk about perverted kings, it's important to remember that medieval definitions were a little broader than ours. It wasn't just about sexual deviance, though we'll certainly touch on that. It was about any behavior that strayed wildly from the expected norms for a divinely appointed monarch. Gluttony, excessive vanity, an unusual obsession with specific animals, or a disturbing fondness for cruel spectacles could all be seen as a perversion of royal duty. A king, after all, was meant to be a moral exemplar, a beacon of piety and justice. When they turned out to be, well, something else, it sent ripples of anxiety and scandal throughout the kingdom. Take, for instance, the sheer opulence and excessive feasting that characterized some reigns. You might think, oh, they just loved a good meal. But when you're talking about consuming multiple courses of exotic meats, rare spices, and rivers of wine, day after day, while your peasants outside are literally starving, it becomes less about Epicurean delight and more about a grotesque display of power and indulgence. Counts from the time describe feasts where entire roasted peacocks, refeathered and served with gold leaf, were presented alongside elaborate sugar sculptures that must have taken artisans weeks to craft. Imagine the food waste. It's like a medieval version of those competitive eating contests, but with way more pageantry and a higher risk of gout. But let's pivot to something a bit more personal. One monarch who often comes up in these discussions, though the specifics are heavily debated, is Edward II of England. You probably know him as the king who met a rather unfortunate end involving a red-hot poker, a tale that often overshadows the complexities of his life and reign. Now, Edward's perversion wasn't about being outwardly cruel to his subjects, though he had his moments, but rather his perceived abandonment of royal dignity and his intense, arguably obsessive, attachments to certain male favorites. From the moment he ascended the throne in 1307, Edward alienated many of his powerful nobles by showering his childhood friend, Piers Gaveston, with titles, lands, and unprecedented influence. Gaveston wasn't just a courtier. He was Edward's alter ego, his confidant, and the recipient of almost every valuable gift Edward could bestow. You'd see Gaveston draped in the king's jewels, wearing the royal regalia, acting as if he were co-king. The chronicles from the time speak of their inseparable bond, their shared love of jousting and feasting, and the king's absolute devotion. Nobles grumbled about Edward's inordinate affection for Gaveston, a phrase that carefully veiled deeper suspicions about their relationship, especially given that Edward largely ignored his queen, Isabella. This wasn't just a simple friendship. It was a relationship that actively undermined royal authority and blurred the lines of political power in a way that infuriated the old guard. The perception, whether accurate or not, was that Edward neglected his duties as king for the sake of these friendships. He preferred jousting, swimming, digging ditches. Yes, digging ditches, okay? And engaging in more base activities with his companions, rather than the weighty affairs of state. This wasn't just poor work ethic. It was seen as a profound failure of kingship, a perversion of the very idea of what a king should be. To the powerful barons, it wasn't just who Edward slept with, but who he listened to, who he privileged, and who he allowed to challenge their own traditional power. Historians still widely discuss the extent to which Edward's personal relationships directly led to his political downfall, or whether they were merely a convenient excuse for ambitious nobles to depose a weak king. Either way, it paints a fascinating picture of how deeply intertwined a monarch's personal life was with the stability of their entire kingdom. It's almost like if your CEO decided to run the company based on advice from their golf buddy instead of the board, but with more swords and less severance pay. The stakes were considerably higher. The constant whispers, the veiled disapproval, accuting the open resentment of his nobles and even his own queen, all of it eventually coalesced into a political storm that Edward II simply couldn't weather. His inordinate affection for his favorites, perceived as a perversion of kingly duty, wasn't just a personal failing, was a fundamental undermining of the very structure of the kingdom. It led to outright rebellion, civil war, and ultimately his gruesome deposition and death in Berkeley Castle. You can almost feel the chill in the air as you consider how a king's personal habits, no matter how seemingly private, could ignite such devastating public consequences. It's a stark reminder that when you're literally the power, every decision, every preference, every indulgence echoes through the land. No pressure, right? Now, let's shift our gaze to another infamous English monarch. One whose perversions were less about personal attachment and more about a brutal, grasping self-interest that bordered on sociopathy. King John, often known as John Lackland Isk. If Edward II was perceived as neglecting his duties, John actively abused them. He ascended the throne in 1199, inheriting a powerful kingdom but squandering its resources and alienating almost everyone around him with his arbitrary rule and shocking cruelty. Imagine living under a king whose word was law, whose word changed with the wind, or worse, with the size of the bribe he was offered. That was John. He was notorious for his avarice, constantly extorting money from his subjects through exorbitant taxes and fines, often for invented offenses. He'd find a wealthy widow, accuse her of a minor transgression, and then demand an astronomical sum for her pardon. It was like a medieval protection racket, but with a crown instead of a fedora. His financial policies were so rapacious that they led to widespread resentment, far more than any personal foibles. But John's perversions weren't limited to his pocketbook. He had a reputation for cruelty that chilled even his contemporaries. There are accounts of him starving noble hostages to death in his dungeons, including Matilda de Braus and her son, who were reportedly confined until they perished from hunger. This wasn't just an act of war, it was an act of terror, meant to send a clear message. He was also accused of ordering the assassination of his own nephew, Arthur of Brittany, a rival claimant to the throne. While the precise details of Arthur's disappearance are shrouded in mystery, historians still debate the definitive evidence for John's direct involvement. Though most lean towards his culpability, the prevailing belief at the time was that John personally murdered him or arranged His death, a convenient way to remove a problem, certainly, but not exactly good PR for a divine monarch. And then there's the more intimate side of John's reputation. Chronicles, often written by his enemies, so take them with a grain of salt. Or perhaps a whole sack, portray him as sexually depraved. He was accused of seducing or even forcing himself upon the wives and daughters of his nobles. This wasn't just common philandering, it was an act of deliberate humiliation and a grave insult to the honor of powerful families. Imagine a medieval equivalent of a CEO sleeping with your spouse, okay? But with the added horror of him being legally untouchable and capable of imprisoning your entire family on a whim. These actions contributed significantly to the barons' revolt against him, as personal affronts often carried as much weight as political grievances in that honor-bound society. For all his faults, John did have a peculiar fascination with fine clothes and jewels, reportedly spending lavishly on rich silks and precious stones, even as his kingdom teetered on the brink of financial collapse. He was a dandy who enjoyed showing off his wealth, even if it was ill-gotten and at the expense of his suffering people. It's a bit like a villain in a Bond movie who insists on wearing a bespoke suit while detailing his plans for world domination. This mix of personal vanity, financial rapaciousness, and outright brutality makes John a prime example of a king whose reign was defined by a profound perversion of justice and ethical governance. His actions ultimately led to the signing of the Magna Carta in 1215, a landmark document that, for the first time, placed legal limits on the king's power. Born directly from the baron's desperate desire to curb his tyrannical excesses. So, thank John, in a perverse way, for sowing the seeds of modern constitutional law. Who knew bad behavior could be so historically significant? The Magna Carta, wrung from John's reluctant hands, stands as a testament to the fact that even in an age of divine right, there were limits to what a king could get away with, or at least there should have been limits. But as we've seen, those limits were often tested, bent, sometimes outright broken by monarchs who viewed their power as absolute and their appetites as undeniable. It's a bit like trying to put a leash on a dragon. Sometimes it works for a bit, but mostly you just end up with a very annoyed, very fiery beast, leaving the damp, drafty castles of England. Let's take a journey across the channel to the sunnier, but no less politically fraught lands of France. Here, we encounter a king whose perversions were less about open cruelty or financial extortion, and more about a calculated, almost Machiavellian approach to pleasure, politics, and power. Let's talk about King Louis XI of France, often known as the Universal Spider. While not typically cited for the kind of sexual deviance we might associate with the term perverted, Louis's entire reign was a masterclass in psychological manipulation, relentless intrigue, and a chilling disregard for human sentiment in pursuit of his goals. Louis was a man of contradictions. He was deeply pious, carrying a lead image of the Virgin Mary on his hat and praying constantly. Yet, he was also utterly ruthless, employing a vast network of spies and informers, and using torture and imprisonment as standard tools of governance. He preferred simple, even shabby clothes, unlike the peacock King John, but lived in luxurious comfort, always moving between his various chateaux, rarely staying in one place for long. He was pragmatic, cunning, and exceptionally intelligent, but his methods often bordered on the grotesque. His perversion, if you will, was his delight in intricate webs of deceit and his cold, calculating approach to human relationships. He saw everyone as a pawn in his grand game of consolidating royal power and undermining the unruly nobility. He would charm and disarm his enemies with flattery and false promises, only to betray them utterly when it served his purpose. He loved to play people off against each other, creating rivalries and then stepping in to mediate, always to his own advantage. Imagine being trapped in a real-life game of Among Us. But if the imposter was literally the king and everyone else was always suspicious of everyone, that's Lewis's court. One of his more peculiar habits was his fascination with astrology and prophecy. He kept a personal astrologer, Galotto Marti, whose life was constantly in danger. Louis once suspected Galotto of predicting his death and reportedly contemplated executing him. Instead, he asked the astrologer to predict his own fate. Galotto, a shrewd man, replied that he would die exactly 3 days before the king. Louis, either amused or terrified by the prospect of losing his astrologer, and thus, perhaps, predicting his own demise, decided to spare him. This blend of superstition and ruthlessness speaks volumes about his character. It's like a medieval CEO who makes all his major business decisions based on horoscopes, but then threatens to fire anyone who brings it up. Louis also had a rather peculiar fascination with collecting a strange assortment of people. He surrounded himself not just with noble courtiers, but with eccentrics, sorcerers, executioners, and even a man whose job was simply to look at him and tell him what his face indicated about his health. He delighted in surrounding himself with commoners who had unusual skills or appearances, preferring their company to that of his own high-born relatives, whom he often distrusted. He even built a menagerie of exotic animals, including the first elephant ever seen in France, which was paraded through the streets to all the populace. This wasn't just about entertainment. It was about projecting an image of unique power and control of a king who could literally command the strange and the wild. His final years were marked by extreme paranoia and a morbid obsession with his own mortality. He became increasingly reclusive, retreating to his fortified castle of Plessis-les-Tours. He tried every medical remedy available, including, bizarrely, drinking the blood of freshly slaughtered children, believing it would restore his vitality. This particular French tidbit, while debated as to its literal truth, certainly circulated widely in the popular imagination of the time, painting a picture of a king desperate for life, willing to cross any line. Historians still argue whether this was a literal practice or dark rumors spread by his enemies to further blacken his already complex reputation. But it certainly fits with the overall image of a man whose pursuit of power and longevity led him to extraordinary, and deeply unsettling lengths. The universal spider, indeed, spinning a web that entangled everyone, even himself, in its morbid threads. The image of King Louis XI, withdrawn and paranoid, sipping what he hoped was the elixir of youth, perfectly encapsulates the dark side of unchecked medieval power. It shows how even the most cunning and rational minds could succumb to the irrational when faced with the ultimate equalizer, death. And while we may scoff at the idea of drinking blood for vitality, think of the modern equivalent of desperate health fads or celebrity wellness trends. The only real difference is the lack of child blood in medieval physicians. Let's turn our attention now to a region that often gets overlooked in these discussions, but certainly had its share of colorful characters. We're heading to the Holy Roman Empire, a vast and complex patchwork of kingdoms, duchies, and free cities, where the emperors held a unique, often contentious relationship with the Pope. And here, we encounter Anterus Emperor, Rudolph II, Holy Roman Emperor *, who reigned from 1576 to 1612, while technically slightly outside the strict medieval period, which typically ends around 1500. His reign embodies many of the same themes of absolute power, eccentricity, and isolated indulgence that we've been exploring. Rudolph was more of a Renaissance prince, but his life was so profoundly unusual in his court, so unique that he certainly deserves a mention for his perversions of conventional monarchy. Rudolph was, by all accounts, a profoundly melancholic and reclusive man, deeply introverted and suffering from what many historians now retrospectively diagnose as clinical depression. He was far more interested in intellectual pursuits than in the mundane affairs of governance. His perversion wasn't about cruelty or debauchery in the traditional sense, but about an almost pathological withdrawal from the world and an obsession with the esoteric and the artistic, often at the expense of his imperial duties. His court in Prague became a magnet for alchemists, astrologers, mystics, artists, and charlatans from all over Europe. He genuinely believed in a search for the philosopher's stone, which could turn base metals into gold and grant eternal life and the elixir of life. He spent astronomical sums funding these pursuits, hiring the likes of John Dee and Edward Kelly, two famous English occultists, to work in his laboratories. Imagine a national budget being poured into what amounts to a giant Royal Science Fair project, except the science involves bubbling cauldrons and cryptic prophecies instead of baking soda volcanoes. It's certainly a unique approach to fiscal responsibility. Rudolph also amassed an incredible collection of art and natural history specimens, transforming Prague Castle into a veritable cabinet of curiosities, a wonder camera that would put any modern museum to shame. He had works by Dürer, Bruegel, and Correggio, alongside taxidermied animals, strange minerals, astronomical instruments, and mechanical marvels. He was utterly obsessed with observing nature and the cosmos, employing Tycho Brahe and Johannes Kepler, two of the greatest astronomers of the era, to map the stars. He even kept a live dodo, which, for its time, was a truly exotic and rare creature, a living testament to his unique tastes. This passion for collecting, while a boon to art and science, also meant he was spending a vast amount of his time and the empire's resources on personal interests, rather than governing his increasingly fractious domains grew more pronounced over time. He hated public appearances, struggled with decision-making, and often refused to meet with ambassadors or even his own ministers. His neglect of duties caused immense political instability in the Holy Roman Empire, contributing to the religious tensions that would eventually erupt into the 30 Years' War, one of the most devastating conflicts in European history. He was, in essence, an academic on a throne, a scholar rather than a statesman. And his personal perversion was his inability to separate his private passions from his public responsibilities. One particularly quirky tidbit about Rudolph was his deep distrust of doctors and his preference for self-medication, often with bizarre concoctions prescribed by his astrologers. He was known to spend days locked in his private chambers, tinkering with his collections or poring over alchemical texts, utterly oblivious to the political crises brewing outside his walls. Historians still debate the extent to which his mental health issues impacted his reign, but it's clear that his unique set of priorities and his profound internal world shaped the fate of an entire empire. He stands as a fascinating example of how a king's personal eccentricities, even if seemingly harmless, could have catastrophic geopolitical consequences. It's like having a brilliant but profoundly agoraphobic and obsessed game developer running a multi-billion-dollar corporation from their basement, except the corporation is a vast, volatile empire. Not ideal for quarterly reports or peace. The story of Emperor Rudolph II is a potent reminder that a king's perversion isn't always about outright malice or scandalous affairs. Sometimes it's a quiet, internal turning away from duty. It's an almost scholarly obsession that allows the world outside the palace walls to descend into chaos. It's the ultimate mic drop for monarchical responsibility, a tragic testament to a ruler who was perhaps born into the wrong era, or simply into the wrong job. If only he'd had YouTube. He could have built an amazing channel dedicated to obscure scientific experiments and historical artifacts, perhaps spared Europe 30 years of brutal warfare. Now, let's swing our historical pendulum back to a king whose personal life was so intertwined with his political power that it reshaped the very fabric of his nation. and whose perversions were a cocktail of ego, religious zeal, and a relentless pursuit of a male heir. We're talking, of course, about King Henry VIII of England. While not strictly medieval, he reigns in the early 16th century, bridging the medieval and early modern periods. His behavior, particularly regarding his marriages and the English Reformation, embodies the same unchecked power and personal indulgence we've been examining. And let's be honest, can't have a chat about perverted kings without mentioning old Hank. Henry's primary perversion wasn't necessarily sexual in the traditional sense, though his prolific marital history certainly raised eyebrows. Rather, it was his overwhelming, almost pathological need for a legitimate male heir, combined with an insatiable ego and a conviction of his divine right, that drove him to truly extreme measures. He didn't just break the rules. He rewrote them, shattering centuries of religious tradition and plunging England into religious turmoil, all for the sake of his personal desires. Imagine a CEO who divorces his wife, then dissolves the entire company just so he can start a new, smaller company with his new wife, and then fires everyone who disagrees. That's essentially Henry's approach to the church. His first perversion was perhaps his utter disregard for the sanctity of marriage and the authority of the Pope when they clashed with his own agenda. When Catherine of Aragon failed to produce a surviving male heir, Henry became convinced that his marriage was cursed by God because Catherine had been his brother's widow, something Leviticus apparently frowned upon. He desperately wanted an annulment, but the Pope, Clement VII, was in a sticky situation, largely under the control of Catherine's nephew, Emperor Charles V. So, what's a king to do? Why, invent his own church, of course? This was an act of audacious self-interest that had monumental consequences. By declaring himself the supreme head of the Church of England, Henry wasn't just getting a divorce. He was seizing vast amounts of wealth from monasteries, dissolving religious orders, and dismantling centuries of papal authority in England. This wasn't a theological dispute driven by deep spiritual conviction. It was a political and personal power grab of epic proportions. It's a prime example of a king using his absolute power to satisfy a private obsession, radically transforming his country in the process. Henry's subsequent treatment of his wives also speaks to his perverted sense of power and entitlement. Anne Boleyn, beheaded on trumped-up charges of treason and incest when she too failed to produce a male heir, is the most famous example. But his pattern of discarding wives, often with fatal consequences, reveals a man who viewed women not as partners, but as tools for dynastic succession. His reign was a grim pageant of wives, married, divorced, and executed, all in a desperate, almost deranged pursuit of a son. A quirky detail about Henry VIII was his transformation from a dashing, athletic young king to a morbidly obese, ill-tempered tyrant. In his youth, he was renowned for his jousting skills and impressive physique. But a jousting accident in 1536 left him with a chronic leg ulcer that likely festered and contributed to his decline. Some historians now suggest that this injury, combined with his diet, might have led to undiagnosed diabetes or other metabolic issues, potentially affecting his mood and judgment. Imagine a monarch suffering from chronic pain and likely mood swings, holding the ultimate power. It's not a recipe for a stable government, or even a pleasant dinner party. Historians still debate the extent to which Henry was a victim of circumstance, or a master manipulator. But it's undeniable that his personal desires and his perception of his divine right led him to actions that were, by any standard, extreme. His reign is a testament to how utterly a single monarch's personal perversions could alter the destiny of a nation, leaving a legacy of religious division and royal ruthlessness that echoed for centuries. He literally changed the national religion because he couldn't get a divorce. That's a powerful tantrum, even by royal standards. The shadow of Henry VIII's colossal ego and his desperate quest for a male heir still looms large over English history. He truly was a king who bent an entire nation to his will, a living, breathing testament to the idea that when a monarch's personal perversions align with the raw power of the throne, the consequences can be earth-shattering. It's a bit like watching a particularly intense reality TV show, but where the stakes are entire national churches and the very lives of the cast. And no, there wasn't a reunion special. Let's now journey to the Byzantine Empire, the continuation of the Roman Empire in the East, a realm of dazzling wealth, intricate theology, and often brutal politics. While technically extending beyond the traditional medieval period, it lasted until 1453. The Byzantine emperors ruled with an imperial absolutism that makes them perfectly suited for our discussion of unchecked royal power and its peculiar manifestations. Specifically, we're going to talk about Emperor Justinian I, who reigned from 527 to 565. Justinian is remembered as one of Byzantium's greatest emperors, responsible for reconquering vast swaths of the lost Western Roman Empire, and for the codification of Roman law, the Corpus Juris Civilis, which profoundly influenced Western legal systems for centuries. He also built the magnificent Hagia Sophia, so clearly a man of immense achievement. However, alongside these monumental achievements, Justinian's reign also reveals a fascinating, and at times unsettling, picture of imperial power and its potential for perversion. Often tied to his legendary consort, Empress Theodora. Theodora famously rose from humble and somewhat scandalous origins as an actress and courtesan. Her influence over Justinian was immense, unprecedented for an empress, and it was her power, her ruthlessness, and her determination that often shaped the emperor's decisions. Justinian's perversion wasn't personal debauchery, but rather a profound political ruthlessness, a total absence of mercy when it came to consolidating power and punishing dissent, often egged on by Theodora. The most infamous example is the Nika riots of 532, which started as a dispute between rival chariot racing factions, the Blues and the Greens. Essentially, medieval sports hooligans escalated into a massive uprising that threatened to depose Justinian himself. The emperor and his court were ready to flee Constantinople. It was Theodora, standing firm, who famously declared, "Royalty is a magnificent burial shroud," and convinced Justinian to stay and fight. What followed was a horrific act of state-sponsored violence. Justinian, taking Theodora's advice, ordered his generals, Belisarius and Narses, to brutally suppress the revolt. Tens of thousands of rioters, perhaps as many as 30,000, were trapped in the hippodrome and slaughtered. This wasn't just restoring order, it was a devastating display of imperial power, a cleansing that solidified Justinian's authority through sheer terror. This willingness to unleash such extreme violence on his own populace, and to do so with such calculated coldness, certainly qualifies as a perversion of a ruler's duty to his people. It's like clearing a riot by setting off a nuclear bomb in the city center. Effective, perhaps, but certainly not subtle or humane. A quirkier aspect of Justinian's reign, it's often tied to Theodora's influence, was the intense and often brutal suppression of paganism and other heretical Christian sects. While Justinian himself was deeply religious and believed in the unity of the Christian faith, the zeal with which his regime hunted down and persecuted non-Christians was extraordinary. Ancient philosophical schools, some dating back to Plato, were shut down. Anyone found practicing pagan rituals faced severe penalties, even death. This wasn't just about religious conviction. It was about imposing a singular imperial ideology, a total conformity of belief that left no room for dissent. It transformed the empire into a more uniform, but also far less tolerant society. Theodora herself, with her unconventional past, also faced a unique form of perversion in how she was perceived. Contemporary chroniclers like Procopius, in his infamous Secret History, painted her as a demon in human form, a witch and a nymphomaniac who manipulated Justinian and reveled in cruelty. While Procopius's account is highly biased and likely exaggerated, the mere existence of such scandalous accusations, often focusing on her perceived sexual perversions from her past, highlights the peculiar way power, gender, and social norms intersected in the Byzantine court. Historians still widely debate the true extent of Theodora's depravity versus her political genius. But her reputation, for good or ill, remains inextricably linked to Justinian's reign. She was the ultimate power behind the throne, a woman who proved that you didn't need to be born royal to be utterly ruthless. Imagine if a former reality TV star became the most influential first lady ever, but then ordered the slaughter of a few thousand people. Yeah, the PR would be a nightmare. The enduring legend of Theodora, whether demonized or celebrated, serves as a vivid reminder that power in the medieval and early modern world wasn't always held by the king alone. Often, it was shared, influenced, or even completely steered by formidable figures behind the throne, whose own perversions of conventional morality or gender norms could shape an entire empire. It makes you wonder how many great historical moments were actually the result of someone whispering fiercely into the king's ear, perhaps after a particularly bad night's sleep. Let's now travel to the Iberian Peninsula, to the kingdoms of Spain, a land rich with a complex history of Christian, Muslim, and Jewish cultures interacting, often violently. Here, we'll delve into the reign of King Pedro I of Castile, known chillingly as Pedro the Cruel. His reign, from 1350 to 1369, was marked by relentless internal strife, civil war, the personal brutality that earned him his infamous moniker. The perversion of some kings was neglect or self-indulgence. Pedro's was a deliberate, almost artistic practice of cruelty. Pedro ascended to the throne at a young age, inheriting a kingdom torn by noble factions and external threats. He was intelligent and decisive, but also deeply suspicious, vindictive, and prone to violent fits of rage. His cruelty wasn't just a byproduct of medieval governance, it was a defining characteristic of his rule. He systematically eliminated his enemies, often with a theatrical flair for terror. Nobles, half-brothers, even his own wife were among his many victims. Perhaps the most famous example of his perversion was his treatment of his half-brother, Don Fadrique, master of the Order of Santiago. Pedro invited Fadrique to Seville under a safe conduct, then had him murdered in the Alcazar. The king reportedly watched the execution from a window, even sending one of his guards to finish the job when Fadrique's initial wounds weren't fatal. This wasn't just political assassination. It was a betrayal of trust and hospitality, conducted with a chilling lack of remorse. It's like inviting your annoying cousin over for Thanksgiving, promising a truce, and then having them quietly disappear after dessert. It's not very familial. Another infamous incident involved his wife, Blanche of Bourbon, a French princess whom he married for political reasons. Pedro almost immediately abandoned her after the wedding, preferring his longtime mistress, Maria de Padilla, with whom he had several children. He imprisoned Blanche, her mysterious death years later, widely believed to have been at Pedro's command, only added to his reputation for ruthlessness and care. This disregard for the political and personal sanctity of marriage was a common thread among perverted kings, but Pedro's case was particularly stark, as it directly led to conflict with France and fueled the civil war that ultimately cost him his throne and his life. Pedro's fascination with his mistress, Maria de Padilla, is a quirky yet central aspect of his story. He loved her fiercely, almost obsessively, and remained devoted to her until her death from plague in 1361. After her death, in an extraordinary and macabre display of his perversion, Pedro had Maria's embalmed corpse exhumed, dressed in royal robes, and enthroned beside him. He then forced the assembled Castilian nobility to kiss her decaying hand and swear fealty to her as their rightful queen, declaring her his legitimate wife and all their children legitimate heirs, overriding all prior legal challenges. Imagine the smell, the sheer awkwardness for the nobles. It was a bizarre, almost necrophilic display of love, power, and defiance, a grotesque assertion of his will over death itself. This peculiar ceremony, aimed at securing his children's succession, was widely considered scandalous, even by the standards of the time, and only deepened the hatred of his enemies. Historians still debate whether Pedro was truly a mad king or a pragmatic ruler acting with extreme measures in a turbulent period. Some scholars argue that his cruelties were necessary to control a rebellious nobility, while others point to his deep-seated psychological issues. Regardless, his reign offers a stark illustration of how unchecked power, combined with a volatile personality, could lead to a king becoming a byword for brutality. His nickname, the Cruel, wasn't just propaganda. It was a reflection of the terror and despair he instilled in his own people. It's kind of the king who made you double-check the locks on your castle gates, even if you were already inside. The chilling tale of Pedro the Cruel and his macabre coronation of a corpse truly highlights the depths to which royal perversion could sink, blending personal obsession with raw, intimidating power. It's a vivid picture of a king who didn't just rule with an iron fist, but seemingly with a dead one too. And in a time when divine right was paramount, such displays were not just shocking, they were seen as deeply unsettling affront to the preond natural order. Let's now turn our attention to the north, the Holy Roman Empire again, but this time to a figure whose perversions were less about political machinations or sexual deviance, and more about a deeply troubling, almost pathologically, obsessive religious fanaticism combined with an intense personal cruelty. We're talking about Henry VI, Holy Roman Emperor, who reigned from 1190 to 1197. While his reign was relatively short, it was marked by a chilling ruthlessness and a vindictiveness that left a lasting scar on the perception of imperial power. Henry VI was the son of the great Emperor Frederick I Barbarossa, a formidable figure himself. Henry inherited his father's ambition and strength of will, but also displayed a cold, calculating cruelty that far surpassed his predecessors. His primary objective was to expand the Hohenstaufen Empire, particularly into Sicily, which he claimed, through his marriage to Constance of Sicily, the island's heiress. This pursuit of power was so intense that it overshadowed any traditional notions of justice or mercy. His perversion manifested in a systematic, almost bureaucratic approach to tormenting his enemies. When he finally conquered Sicily in 1194, Henry unleashed a reign of terror, meticulously punishing anyone who had resisted his claim. He ordered mass executions, blinding, mutilations, and the most grotesque tortures imaginable. One of the most horrifying accounts involves the punishment of Bishop Richard of Viscera, a supporter of the previous Norman king. Henry, reportedly, had him stripped naked, tied to a horse, and dragged through the streets of Capua before being hung upside down and burned to death. This wasn't just a swift execution. It was a prolonged public spectacle of agony designed to break the will of any future resistors. It's like a medieval horror movie, but with real people and no jump scares, just pure, drawn-out dread. A particularly disturbing example of his cruelty came during his suppression of a conspiracy in Sicily in 1197. Just before his death, Henry reportedly ordered the ringleaders tortured and executed in horrific ways. One conspirator had a crown nailed to his head, a gruesome mockery of kingship. Another was tied to a chair and roasted over a slow fire, while others were buried alive. These weren't isolated incidents, okay? They were part of a deliberate strategy of terror, okay? This level of intentional, public, and creatively cruel punishment was considered extreme even for the brutal realities of the 12th century, staining his reputation. permanently beyond his political ruthlessness. Henry VI also had a rather peculiar relationship with the church. While theoretically a devout Christian, his actions often directly contradicted Christian teachings on mercy and compassion. He viewed his imperial authority as absolute, often clashing with the Pope and asserting his right to rule without papal interference. His perversion here was arguably his belief that his divine mandate allowed him to act with impunity, even when it meant committing acts that were anathema to the very faith he professed to uphold. It's like a strict headmaster who preaches about school rules but then routinely breaks them himself with glee. A quirky detail about Henry VI was his fascination with music and poetry. Despite his brutal reputation, he was a patron of the arts and was himself a skilled poet and composer. Some of his songs, written in the mini-sang tradition, still survive today. Imagine a man who could compose beautiful lyrical verse one day and then preside over the most horrific tortures the next. This dichotomy makes him a truly perplexing figure, highlighting the complex, often contradictory nature of medieval monarchs. Historians still debate the true motivations behind his extreme cruelty, whether it was a calculated political tool, a manifestation of personal pathology, or a combination of both. But the sheer scale and inventiveness of his punishments certainly secured his place in the annals of perverted kings. He was a man who truly embodied the phrase, "Absolute power corrupts absolutely," and then some. You definitely wouldn't want to be on his Christmas card list. The image of Henry VI, composing elegant poetry one moment and orchestrating horrifying tortures the next, leaves a particularly unsettling impression. It's a stark reminder that the human capacity for contradiction, for beauty alongside brutality, is not a modern invention. And it makes you think about how many people throughout history might have had secret hobbies that were completely at odds with their public personas, probably more than we'll ever know. Now, let's journey back to France, to a king whose perversions were less about open cruelty or political manipulation, and more about a bizarre and tragic descent into madness, coupled with episodes of extreme violence and personal degradation. We're talking about Charles VI of France, often known as Charles the Mad or Charles the Beloved, who reigned from 1380 to 1422. His reign was one of the most tumultuous in French history, characterized by the continuation of the 100 Years' War and deep internal divisions, all exacerbated by the king's profound mental illness. Charles VI inherited the throne as a young boy, initially showing promise. However, in 1392, he experienced his first major psychotic episode, famously known as the Bal des Ardents, or Ball of the Burning Man. During a masked ball, Charles and 5 of his courtiers, dressed as wild men in costumes made of linen soaked in resin, a torch, carelessly handled by Charles's brother, ignited the costumes. 4 men burned to death, and Charles himself was saved only by the quick thinking of his aunt, the Duchess of Berry, who wrapped him in her cloak. The trauma of this event, combined with perhaps an underlying neurological condition, triggered a rapid decline in his mental health. From then on, Charles suffered from recurring bouts of madness. These perversions were not deliberate acts of malice, but the unpredictable and often terrifying manifestations of his illness. During these episodes, he would sometimes forget who he was, that he was king, or even that he had a family. He didn't recognize his wife or children, reacting with fear and aggression if they approached him. He would run wildly through the palace halls, or simply remain motionless, staring blankly for hours. Imagine a head of state, completely disassociated, prone to fits of violence, and you quickly understand the level of chaos this introduced into the governance of a nation already at war. It was less like a king and more like a very unpredictable, very powerful, and very sad performance art piece. One of his most distressing perversions was his delusion that he was made of glass. During these periods, he would refuse to let anyone touch him, fearing he would shatter. He wore reinforced clothing to protect his fragile body and would often wrap himself in blankets, even in warm weather. This particular symptom, a form of hypochondriacal delusion, speaks to the profound disconnect between his internal reality and the external world. You can only imagine the sheer difficulty of ruling a kingdom when you believe you are as delicate as a wine glass. His periods of lucidity were fleeting, often followed by fresh episodes. During his attacks, he would sometimes accuse his attendants of being spies or trying to poison him. He would tear off his clothes, refuse to bathe, and sometimes, even physically, assault those trying to care for him. Today, the royal court became a desperate, often dangerous environment, with powerful factions vying for control during his incapacities. This instability led to civil war in France, the Armagnac-Burgundian Civil War, further weakening the kingdom against the English during the 100 Years' War. A quirkier, yet heartbreaking detail about Charles VI was his deep love for playing cards. It is believed that the modern deck of playing cards with kings, queens, and jacks was either invented specifically for him during his periods of lucidity, or at least popularized by his use as a way to engage his mind and provide some solace during his madness. It was a simple, repetitive activity that he could grasp even when the complexities of kingship were beyond him. Historians still debate the exact cause of his illness. Possibilities range from schizophrenia to bipolar disorder, porphyria, or even poisoning. What is clear is that his perversion was the tragedy of a mind unraveling on the throne, leaving a powerful kingdom vulnerable and adrift. He wasn't deliberately cruel like Pedro, but his illness inflicted a different kind of suffering on his kingdom, leaving it directionless and open to opportunists. It's a somber reminder that sometimes the greatest threats to a kingdom aren't external invaders, but the internal battles fought within the mind of its ruler. The tragic saga of Charles VI, the Glass King, is a potent reminder that not all perversions of kingship are born of malice or deliberate choice. Some are the cruel hand of fate, a mental unraveling that transforms the very seat of power into a throne of profound vulnerability. It makes you realize how fragile the concept of absolute rule truly was, resting as it did on the sanity and stability of a single individual. Imagine if the fate of your entire country hinged on whether one person remembered their own name that morning. Talk about high stakes. Let's now turn our gaze to a region steeped in ancient lore and legendary figures, the Celtic lands, specifically to Scotland. While many of Scotland's kings were fierce warriors or shrewd politicians, one in particular stands out for his peculiar, almost fantastical perversions and his controversial reign. King David I of Scotland, who ruled from 1124 to 1153. David is often remembered as a great modernizer, introducing feudalism, founding burghs towns, and establishing a strong, centralized monarchy. But beneath his veneer of enlightened rule lay a deep, almost obsessive fascination with religion, often expressed in ways that were considered excessive, even for his devout era. David's primary perversion wasn't debauchery or cruelty, but an almost insatiable zeal for monastic foundations. He was so incredibly devout that he earned the nickname Saint David among his more pious subjects, while his less enthusiastic nobles, who bore the financial burden, wryly called him Ser Sanct, a sore saint, meaning a saint who hurt the kingdom. He literally spent an enormous portion of his royal income and the kingdom's resources on establishing new abbeys, priories, and monasteries. He founded Melrose Abbey, Dryburgh Abbey, Jedburgh Abbey, Holyrood Abbey, and many more. It's like if a modern billionaire decided to spend their entire fortune building churches instead of space rockets or social media companies. Admirable, perhaps, but certainly not practical for running a kingdom. This wasn't just a casual hobby. It was an all-consuming passion. David genuinely believed that by funding these religious houses, he was securing his soul in God's favor for his kingdom. But the sheer scale of his foundations meant vast tracts of fertile land were alienated from the crown, their revenues diverted to the church. This significantly weakened the royal treasury and the king's ability to fund necessary government functions or wage war. While good for his eternal salvation, it was arguably a perversion of his temporal duty to ensure the material well-being and security of his kingdom. It also annoyed the heck out of his nobles, who preferred their king to be focused on, fighting enemies and collecting taxes, not building Benedictine communes. A particularly quirky tidbit about David the First concerns his legendary piety, mixed with a rather fierce, warlike nature. Despite being a saint, he was also a formidable military leader who frequently raided northern England, famously leading an army into battle that included a contingent of naked, painted warriors from Galloway. Imagine, one moment he's supervising the construction of a beautiful Cistercian abbey. The next, he's leading a horde of painted Scotsmen into battle. It's a fascinating contradiction. It's highlighting the complex blend of religious fervor and brutal pragmatism that characterized medieval kingship. Historians still debate the extent to which his religious foundations were truly detrimental to the Scottish state, or whether they were a necessary part of his feudalization efforts and a way to introduce Norman culture and literacy. Another aspect of David's perceived perversion was his introduction of numerous Norman and Anglo-Norman families into Scotland. He had spent much of his youth at the English court, and when he became king, he brought many of his Anglo-Norman friends and vassals north, granting them lands and titles. While this was a strategic move to strengthen his hold on the kingdom and introduce more sophisticated administrative practices, it was also seen by some native Scots as a perversion of traditional Scottish identity, an unwelcome foreign imposition. It's a bit like if your favorite local coffee shop suddenly decided to rebrand as a soulless global chain, but with more swords and feudal obligations. So, while David wasn't perverted in the lurid sense of the word, his reign was defined by an extreme, almost obsessive, religious zeal that arguably undermined the practical governance of his kingdom. He was a king who put his soul above his subjects' immediate welfare, a sore saint whose piety came at a very real cost. He serves as a reminder that even virtues, when taken to an extreme and unchecked by practical considerations, can manifest as a form of royal perversion, impacting the lives of thousands. You might get a good spot in heaven, but your treasury might be empty. Pick your priorities, I guess. The paradox of King David. The pious saint who bankrupted his kingdom with monasteries and led painted warriors into battle, is a perfect example of how complex and contradictory these medieval rulers could be. It challenges us to look beyond simple labels and understand the peculiar priorities that could shape an entire reign. And it definitely makes you think about how different good intentions could look in a time where eternal salvation often seemed more tangible than a healthy royal treasury. Let's now cast our gaze further east, beyond the familiar kingdoms of Western Europe, to the lands of the Kievan Rus, the precursor state to modern Russia and Ukraine. Here, we find a figure whose perversions were rooted in a particularly brutal, even savage, approach to consolidating power and imposing his will, alongside a deeply personal, almost paganistic, form of self-indulgence. We're talking about Vladimir the Great, Grand Prince of Kiev, who reigned from 980 to 1015. Vladimir is revered in Eastern Orthodoxy for Christianizing the Rus, but his early life and methods were anything but saintly. Before his conversion to Christianity, Vladimir was a truly fearsome and ruthless pagan warlord. His perversion at this stage was his absolute, unbridled savagery in warfare and his dedication to pagan rituals that included human sacrifice. He seized power from his half-brother Yerapok through a bloody civil war, culminating in the siege of Kiev. When he finally captured the city, he famously ordered Yeripok's pregnant wife, a former nun, to be raped by his soldiers as an act of humiliation and conquest. This wasn't just a brutal act, it was a deliberate defilement, a calculated degradation of his enemy's lineage and honor. It's the kind of grim detail that reminds you just how truly barbaric medieval power struggles could be, far beyond anything you'd see in a modern political campaign. Vladimir also embraced paganism with a fervor that bordered on the grotesque. He built a pantheon of pagan idols in Kiev, including a particularly imposing statue of Perun, the god of thunder, with a silver head and a golden mustache. To these idols, he regularly offered human sacrifices, often prisoners of war, or even, on occasion, members of his own population, chosen by lot. Imagine living in a society where you literally risked being randomly selected for a human sacrifice to appease the gods. It's like a deadly lottery, but with less prize money and more ritualistic strangulation. This systematic practice of human sacrifice, though common in some pagan cultures, was seen as an extreme perversion of natural law, even by many of his contemporaries. His personal life was equally uninhibited. The chronicles describe him as an insatiable womanizer, maintaining a vast harem of hundreds of concubines spread across various towns and castles. He was said to have 800 concubines and several official wives. This wasn't just common royal philandering. It was an extreme display of power and virility. A king asserting his dominance over every aspect of life, including the sexual. It made King Henry VIII look like a monogamous saint. A particularly quirky and historically significant tidbit about Vladimir is the story of his conversion to Christianity. After years of considering various religions, Judaism, Islam, different forms of Christianity, he famously sent envoys to investigate each faith. The envoys to the Muslim Bulgars described their worship as sorrowful and lacking joy. The German Catholic churches were described as unremarkable. But when his envoys returned from Constantinople, describing the uninspiring beauty of the Hagia Sophia and the grandeur of the Orthodox liturgy, they reportedly exclaimed, "We knew not whether we were in heaven or on earth." This aesthetic experience, rather than a profound theological revelation, seems to have been a key factor in Vladimir's decision to embrace Eastern Orthodoxy. It's like choosing a new operating system based purely on the user interface, but with eternal consequences. After his conversion, Vladimir famously ordered the mass baptism of his people in the Dnieper River, destroying pagan idols and enforcing the new faith with his characteristic ruthlessness. While this marked a turning point for us and is celebrated as a moment of enlightenment, it came on the heels of a life defined by extraordinary violence and indulgence. Historians still widely debate the sincerity of his conversion versus its political expediency, uniting his disparate lands under a single, powerful faith. But regardless of his motives, Vladimir the Great stands as a fascinating, if brutal, example of a king whose early perversions of power and morality were transformed, perhaps, by a truly grand aesthetic experience. He was a man who went from offering human sacrifices to overseeing mass baptisms, a testament to the dramatic shifts that could occur in the life of an absolute monarch. The transformation of Vladimir the Great, teased for human sacrifice to the revered Christianizer of Rus, is a stark testament to the sometimes baffling shifts in power and personality that define medieval kings. It reminds us that conversion, whether personal or political, could be as dramatic as it was impactful, often leaving a trail of both brutality and enlightenment in its wake. And honestly, it makes you wonder what kind of Yelp review those early envoys wrote about the Hagia Sophia. 5 stars, would convert again now. Let's venture into the Holy Roman Empire once more. It's time focusing on a figure whose perversions were less about open cruelty or religious zeal, and more about a calculated, almost theatrical defiance. of papal authority. Combined with a flamboyant personal lifestyle and a profound intellectual curiosity that often bordered on the unconventional. We're talking about Frederick II, Holy Roman Emperor, who reigned from 1220 to 1250, often called Stupor Mundi, wonder of the world. He was a man ahead of his time, a brilliant but deeply controversial figure whose life read like a grand, chaotic opera. Frederick's perversion wasn't simple debauchery, but rather his radical approach to kingship itself. It often seemed to mock traditional piety and challenge the very foundations of the church's power. He was born in Sicily and spent most of his life there, preferring its sunny, multicultural atmosphere to the colder, more pious lands of Germany. He was fluent in 6 languages: Latin, Greek, Arabic, German, French, and Sicilian, and had an insatiable appetite for knowledge, surrounding himself with scholars from Christian, Muslim, and Jewish traditions. This cosmopolitan outlook was viewed with suspicion by the papacy, who saw him as too oriental, and too secular in his interests. His open defiance of the popes was perhaps his most significant perversion. Frederick was excommunicated, no less than 4 times, a truly extraordinary feat for a Holy Roman Emperor. He famously led a crusade to the Holy Land, not through warfare, but through negotiation with the Sultan of Egypt, covering Jerusalem for Christians without shedding a drop of blood. This diplomatic approach infuriated the Pope, who viewed it as a betrayal of crusading ideals and an unacceptable collaboration with infidels. Key: imagine achieving world peace through diplomacy, but your boss, the Pope, still fires you for not using enough force. That was Frederick's life. Frederick's court was a vibrant intellectual hub, a true melting pot of cultures and ideas. He funded scientific experiments, some of them rather cruel by modern standards, developed new laws, and even wrote a treatise on falconry that is still considered a masterpiece. He kept a menagerie of exotic animals, including elephants, camels, and even a leopard, which he would parade through his cities to all the populace. This wasn't just a hobby. It was a deliberate statement. A king showcasing his unique power and the breadth of his intellectual curiosity, often at the expense of traditional displays of Christian piety. A truly quirky tidbit about Frederick II was his alleged language experiment. He reportedly had infants raised in silence, without any human interaction or language, to see what language they would naturally speak if not taught. The experiment, if it truly happened, historians still widely debate its veracity, often attributing it to hostile chroniclers trying to portray him as cruel and godless. It was a horrific failure, with the infants reportedly dying. While this tale might be apocryphal, it speaks to the contemporary perception of Frederick as a man who pushed the boundaries of inquiry to shocking and immoral lengths, reflecting a perversion of natural human compassion in the pursuit of knowledge. Frederick also had a somewhat scandalous personal life, maintaining a large harem of concubines, including Muslim women, a practice that further inflamed the suspicions of the papacy. He viewed his sexuality as another aspect of his imperial freedom, unbound by the moral strictures imposed by the church. This mix of intellectual brilliance, political pragmatism, religious defiance, and personal indulgence made Frederick II a truly unique, perverted king. He was a man who dared to live by his own rules, challenging the established order in every conceivable way, and leaving behind a legacy that continues to fascinate and perplex historians. He was essentially the ultimate disruptor of the medieval world, constantly innovating, constantly offending, constantly wondering why everyone else wasn't as enlightened as he was. Frederick II, the Stupor Mundi, truly was a king who defied categorization, a brilliant and unsettling figure whose perversions were woven into the very fabric of his innovative, yet profoundly controversial reign. His story underscores the idea that what one era considers enlightened, another might deem utterly scandalous, especially when it challenges deeply entrenched religious authority. It's like being an early adopter of cryptocurrency in a world that still trades entirely in sheep. Revolutionary, but bound to ruffle some feathers. Let's shift our focus to the northern reaches of Europe once more, specifically to Denmark, where we find a king whose perversions were less about political grandstanding or intellectual experimentation and more about a profoundly unstable personality, a cruel streak, and a descent into violent paranoia. We're talking about Erik VI Menved of Denmark, who reigned from 1286 to 1319. His nickname, Menved, is a bit of a mystery, possibly derived from an old Danish phrase meaning little evil, or that will prove evil, a fitting description for a king whose reign was defined by his vindictive nature and his kingdom's economic ruin. Erik Menved inherited a throne embroiled in conflict with the church and a powerful nobility. From the outset, his reign was marked by an almost pathological need for revenge against those who had wronged his family, particularly the killers of his father, Erik V Klipping. His perversion lay in this relentless pursuit of vengeance and his willingness to employ extreme measures, including kidnapping and murder, to assert his authority. He wasn't just bringing justice, he was settling scores with a heavy hand. One of the most infamous instances of his cruelty involved Archbishop Jens Grand. The archbishop had been implicated in the murder of Erik's father, and Erik, driven by his desire for vengeance, had him imprisoned, tortured, and even forced to wear a cap made of badger skin. The archbishop eventually escaped, but the incident led to a bitter, decade-long conflict with the papacy, resulting in Denmark being placed under interdict, meaning no religious services could be held. No sacraments administered, a massive spiritual and political blow to the kingdom. This kind of personal vendetta, escalating to such a national crisis, reveals a king whose personal perversions directly jeopardized the spiritual and temporal well-being of his entire realm. It's like a corporate CEO using company resources to stalk his ex, only to end up getting the entire company blacklisted. Bad for business, worse for souls. Erik also had a particular fondness for extravagant tournaments and festivities. Even as his kingdom teetered on the brink of financial collapse due to his constant wars and the cost of maintaining his elaborate court, he threw lavish parties and jousts, often inviting nobles from across Europe, spending immense sums on entertainment while his subjects groaned under heavy taxes. This wasn't just royal luxury, it was a perversion of responsible governance. King, seemingly oblivious to the suffering of his people, prioritizing showmanship over stability. Is like throwing a massive, multi-million-dollar party on a sinking ship. Fun for a bit, but the consequences are unavoidable. A quirky detail about Erik Menved's reign was his peculiar fascination with chivalric ideals, even as his actions often contradicted them. He was a great admirer of Arthurian legends and sought to emulate the heroic knights of romance. He founded the Society of the Knots, a chivalric order whose members wore knots as a symbol of their loyalty and adherence to knightly virtues. Imagine a man who genuinely believes in honor and virtue, but then turns around and tortures an archbishop. This disconnect between his romanticized ideals and his brutal reality paints a complex, almost tragic picture of a king trying to fit an old-world fantasy onto a very messy, violent reality. Historians still debate the extent to which Erik's actions were driven by genuine mental instability or simply the harsh political realities of his time. However, his relentless vindictiveness, his disregard for the financial health of his kingdom, and his prolonged conflict with the church certainly mark him as a perverted king, in the sense of one whose personal character flaws profoundly destabilized his reign. He ultimately died unpopular and with his kingdom in disarray, a testament to how personal obsessions, even those rooted in what might seem like legitimate grievances, could derail an entire nation. He was the kind of king who could hold a grudge longer than a medieval siege, and inflict just as much damage. The tale of Eric VI Minved, the Danish king, obsessed with vengeance and lavish chivalry, is another poignant example of how a monarch's personal demons could wreak havoc on an entire kingdom. It shows how the pursuit of a vendetta, no matter how righteous it might seem to the king, could be a perversion of his duty to protect and stabilize his realm. You can almost feel the collective sigh of relief from the Danish nobility when he finally shuffled off this mortal coil. Let's now pivot to the Kingdom of Hungary, a powerful and strategically vital realm in Central Europe. Here, we encounter a king whose perversions were less about outright cruelty or madness, and more about an almost pathological lack of self-control, particularly when it came to gluttony and a general disregard for his kingly image. We're talking about Andrew II of Hungary, who reigned from 1205 to 1235. Andrew was a complex figure, known for his participation in the Fifth Crusade and his issuing of the Golden Bull, a charter of liberties that limited royal power. Yet, his reign was also riddled with indulgence, political instability, and a rather embarrassing series of personal failings. Andrew's primary perversion was his extreme fiscal irresponsibility and his inability to curb his own appetites, particularly for luxurious living and lavish spending. He was a spendthrift on an epic scale, squandering vast sums of royal revenue on his personal whims, his favorites, and his numerous and often ill-advised military campaigns. He granted away huge swaths of royal land and privileges to his supporters, depleting the royal treasury to such an extent that it crippled the Hungarian state. Imagine a king who treats the national budget like his personal ATM, constantly withdrawing without ever depositing. That was Andrew. His court was renowned for its opulence and for the sheer amount of food and drink consumed. Andrew himself was known for his massive appetite. While feasting was a common aspect of royal life, Andrew took it to an extreme, often indulging in gargantuan meals that bordered on the grotesque, even as his kingdom struggled under economic strain. This wasn't just a sign of wealth, it was a perversion of moderation and responsibility. A king whose personal gluttony seemed to symbolize his wider failure of governance. It's like a medieval version of my super sweet 16, but for a king in his 40s, and the party never ends, and the bills are paid by everyone else. Andrew's lack of self-control extended to his personal relationships. He was heavily influenced by his first wife, Gertrude of Morania, and her family, who used their influence to extract land and wealth from the Hungarian nobility, causing immense resentment. After Gertrude's assassination, a sign of the deep animosity she had generated, Andrew married Yolanda de Courtenay and later Beatrice d'Este. Both choices often driven by political expediency rather than personal affection, though his relationship with Beatrice was particularly scandalous. His third wife, Beatrice, arrived pregnant, leading to widespread rumors about the legitimacy of their son, Stephen, whom many historians now widely believe was not Andrew's biological child. This kind of open scandal and question of paternity was a significant perversion of royal legitimacy in an era where dynastic succession was paramount. A quirky tidbit about Andrew II was his peculiar approach to crusading. He was deeply committed to the idea of reclaiming the Holy Land, but his participation in the Fifth Crusade in 1217 was a financial and military disaster. He brought an enormous retinue with him, requiring so much silver to pay for his lavish expedition that the Hungarian economy was severely strained. He even had to borrow money from the Knights Hospitaller to return home. It was less a holy war and more a royal vacation that went way over budget. Historians still widely debate the long-term impact of his Golden Bull, some seeing it as a foundational document for Hungarian liberties, others as a symptom of his weak and unstable reign. In essence, Andrew II was a king whose reign was characterized by a fundamental perversion of royal duty, driven by personal indulgence and a lack of foresight. He was more interested in enjoying the trappings of power than in responsibly wielding it, leading to a period of great instability and weakening the Hungarian monarchy. He was the kind of king who might have been great company at a feast, but terrible at managing the national accounts. You wouldn't want him in charge of your personal finances, let alone a kingdom. The story of Andrew II. The gluttonous Hungarian king, whose appetites nearly devoured his kingdom, serves as a fascinating counterpoint to the more overtly cruel or insane monarchs we've discussed. It reminds us that perversion can also be a slow, steady erosion of responsibility, a self-indulgent decay that leaves a nation vulnerable. It's like watching a royal yacht slowly sink under the weight of too many golden goblets and excessively rich desserts. Let's now journey to the powerful and often turbulent realm of Poland, where we encounter a king whose perversions were less about personal vice and more about a calculated, almost brutal pragmatism combined with a profound disregard for traditional morality in his relentless pursuit of political power and dynastic security. We're talking about Casimir III, the great Kazimierz Wielki, who reigned from 1333 to 1370. Casimir is rightly celebrated as one of Poland's greatest monarchs. As a unifier and reformer who established the University of Crackle, codified Polish law, and greatly expanded his kingdom. Yet, his personal life and some of his political methods revealed a man who was willing to push boundaries and break conventions to achieve his ends. Casimir's perversion wasn't about being inherently cruel for pleasure, but rather his willingness to bend and break moral norms for political expediency. He was a master pragmatist, focusing on internal development and diplomatic maneuvering rather than costly wars. His nickname, the Great, reflects his successes, but his methods were often ethically dubious. Perhaps the most significant perversion was his complicated and often scandalous marital life, driven by his desperate need for a male heir. He had 4 wives in succession, and none produced a legitimate surviving son to inherit the throne. His first 3 marriages were relatively conventional for the time, though his treatment of his 3rd wife, Hedwig of Gaga, was controversial. But it was his 4th marriage, or rather, the multiple marriages and relationships, that truly raised eyebrows. After Hedwig's death, Casimir effectively married 2 women simultaneously, Christina Rekachana and Jadwiga of Giogao. This bigamy was a direct violation of church law and a massive scandal. He tried to get papal dispensations, but the situation remained messy and illegitimate in the eyes of the church. He desperately wanted a male heir, and his disregard for canonical law showed an extraordinary level of personal will over religious authority. Imagine a king who just keeps getting married, despite still being married, because he really wants a son, and then just shrugs at the Pope. That's Casimir's audacious approach to matrimony. His perversion also extended to his numerous mistresses and illegitimate children. While common for kings to have mistresses, Casimir was exceptionally prolific, and his relationships often blurred the lines with his official marriages. He had multiple illegitimate children, some of whom he tried to legitimize and elevate, further complicating the succession. One of his most famous mistresses was Estica, a Jewish woman, which was highly unusual for a medieval king and further scandalized the more conservative elements of society. His relationships were not just personal affairs. They became political issues, causing uncertainty about the succession and straining relations with the church and other European powers. A quirky, yet darker tidbit about Casimir was his alleged involvement in the murder of a priest. While the details are murky and debated, a popular legend and some historical accounts suggest that he ordered the execution of a priest, Marcin Barichka, who had openly criticized the king's immoral lifestyle and his many wives. If true, this shows a king who, despite his reputation for justice and law-giving, was not above silencing dissent through violent means when his personal life was attacked. Historians still widely debate the specifics of his marital affairs and the legitimacy of his children. But it's clear that his personal life was a constant source of scandal and political maneuvering. Casimir III was a king whose perversions were not of malice or madness, but of a relentless, almost amoral drive for dynastic and political stability. He bent traditional rules, defied the church, and embraced unconventional relationships, all in pursuit of a legacy that he believed was essential for Poland's future. He was a king who could build universities and codify laws with one hand, while simultaneously juggling multiple wives and mistresses with the other. A true pragmatist who understood that sometimes you have to break a few moral eggs to make an empire-sized omelet. He definitely would have been the subject of countless medieval gossip columns. Casimir the Great, the brilliant Polish unifier with a decidedly flexible approach to marriage and morality, stands as a testament to the idea that a king's perversions could sometimes be surprisingly productive, even if scandalous. He reminds us that greatness in medieval terms often meant achieving political stability, even if it required a king to bend every rule in the book, including the ones about not having two wives at once. It's a bit like a highly successful but ethically questionable tech CEO, except with more crowns and less venture capital. Now, let's journey back to England, but this time to a figure whose perversions were a dark brew of psychological instability, intense favoritism, and an almost childlike cruelty. We're talking about Richard II of England, who reigned from 1377 to 1399. Richard's reign began with promise, but quickly descended into tyranny, its paranoia, and eventually his own deposition and likely murder. He's often viewed as a king whose personal character flaws lead directly to his downfall. A tragic figure undone by his own perversions of kingly duty. Richard inherited the throne as a child. In the tumultuous aftermath of the Black Death and the 100 Years' War, as he grew, he displayed a deeply sensitive and artistic temperament, which often clashed with the brutal realities of medieval politics. His perversions were less about debauchery and more about an emotional fragility that warped into a profound authoritarianism and a vindictive streak. His most significant perversion was his intense, almost obsessive, favoritism towards certain courtiers, particularly Robert de Vere, Duke of Ireland. Richard showered de Vere with unprecedented titles, lands, and influence, ignoring the traditional nobility and provoking immense resentment. This wasn't just a friendly bond, it was an exclusionary, all-consuming attachment that alienated powerful factions and directly led to open rebellion. De Vere, a man of limited military experience, was given command of royal forces, a clear perversion of military hierarchy and a grave insult to more seasoned nobles. Imagine a modern head of state appointing their unqualified best friend to run the military. Disaster, right? That's what happened with de Vere, leading to a humiliating defeat at the Battle of Radcott Bridge. Richard's perversion also manifested in his growing belief in his absolute, divinely ordained authority. He became increasingly autocratic, dismissing Parliament, levying arbitrary taxes, and revoking charters at will. He developed a deep-seated paranoia, seeing conspiracies everywhere. Mackay surrounded himself with flatterers and enacted what was seen as a tyrannical form of personal rule, persecuting anyone who dared to question him. This wasn't just strong leadership, it was a perversion of the developing relationship between king and parliament. King pushing the boundaries of royal power to their breaking point. A particularly quirky yet chilling detail about Richard, too, was his obsession with elaborate ceremony and personal grandeur. He was a dandy, fond of expensive clothes, jewels, and opulent feasts, even as the kingdom struggled financially. He introduced new, highly formalized court rituals, making nobles kneel before him and demanding an almost reverential deference. He was the first English king to style himself His Majesty, reflecting his inflated sense of self. This wasn't just about showing off, it was a deliberate attempt to project an almost godlike image an attempt to use theatricality to compensate for his underlying insecurities. Imagine a deeply insecure boss who insists on everyone calling him the supreme leader and requires elaborate bowing rituals every morning. Not a sign of a well-adjusted leader. One notorious fringe tidbit about Rich's increasingly tyrannical reign was his alleged use of blank charters, blank documents, sealed with a royal seal, which he could later fill in with whatever accusations or financial demands he pleased. This was seen as the ultimate perversion of justice, allowing him to arbitrarily seize property or condemn individuals without due process. Historians still widely debate the exact extent of his mental instability and the precise nature of his alleged tyranny, with some arguing he was simply ahead of his time in seeking a more absolute monarchy. However, his personal habits, his intense favoritism, and his ultimate inability to compromise or adapt led to his deposition by Henry Bolingbroke, marking the end of the Plantagenet dynasty's direct male line and the beginning of the Lancastrian era. Richard II serves as a cautionary tale of a king whose personal perversions of power and judgment led to his own tragic downfall. A king who ultimately ruled from a place of fear and insecurity. Richard II's story, a tragic descent from promising youth to paranoid tyrant, truly illustrates how fragile the monarchical system could be, dependent, as it was, on the psychological stability of a single individual. His perversions were not just personal flaws, but ultimately political accelerants, igniting the very fires that consumed his reign. It's a sobering reminder that even a crown can't hide deep-seated insecurities, though it can certainly amplify their destructive potential. Let's now turn our attention to the sprawling, often chaotic, lands of the Holy Roman Empire, specifically to a figure whose perversions were a bizarre blend of extreme religious zealotry, grotesque personal hygiene, and a shocking, almost manic, cruelty. We're talking about Henry IV, Holy Roman Emperor, who reigned from 1056 to 1106. Henry's long and turbulent reign was defined by the investiture controversy, his epic struggle with Pope Gregory VII, but also by a personal character that often bordered on the unhinged. Henry IV inherited the throne as a young child, and his tumultuous minority left him with a deep suspicion of his regents and the powerful princes of the empire. His perversion wasn't just his political maneuvering against the papacy. It was his erratic behavior, his uncontrolled fits of rage, and a general lack of personal dignity that shocked even his rough-and-tumble contemporaries. His most striking perversion was perhaps his profound disrespect for his own marriages and his frequent, open philandering. He was famously unfaithful to his first wife, Bertha of Savoy, allegedly keeping numerous mistresses and even trying to divorce her at one point. While infidelity wasn't uncommon for kings, Henry's brazenness and his reported disdain for his wife were seen as particularly scandalous. Chronicles speak of his filthy lusts and his willingness to use his power to coerce women. It's like a medieval celebrity caught in a tabloid scandal, but with far higher stakes and no TMZ to call them out. Beyond his sexual conduct, Henry's perversion also manifested in a deeply unsettling, almost pathological, cruelty towards those he disliked or mistrusted. He was prone to violent outbursts and would often subject his enemies, sometimes even his own courtiers, to public humiliation and arbitrary punishments. There are accounts of him imprisoning and torturing individuals based on mere suspicion or petty grievances. This was not the calculated ruthlessness of a Machiavellian ruler, but the erratic violence of a man seemingly unburdened by empathy or self-control. A particularly grotesque, yet often overlooked, detail about Henry IV was his notoriously poor personal hygiene. In an era where bathing was already a luxury, Henry reportedly took it to an extreme, often neglecting to wash and letting his hair and beard grow wild and matted. This might seem like a minor detail, but for a king whose presence was meant to inspire awe and respect. Such neglect of personal appearance was seen as a distinct perversion of royal dignity and decorum. Imagine a modern head of state showing up to official meetings covered in grime and smelling faintly of stale ale. It would be a scandal, right? In the medieval court, where symbolism was everything, it was a profound statement of contempt for traditional expectations. Historians still debate the extent to which his personal behavior was a symptom of underlying psychological issues versus a deliberate provocation against the norms of his time. His relationship with the church was a constant source of perversion, as he consistently challenged papal authority, appointing bishops and abbots himself, the investiture controversy, rather than allowing the Pope to do so. This was a profound perversion of the growing power of the church and led to his famous humiliation at Canossa, where he stood barefoot in the snow for 3 days, begging Pope Gregory VII for forgiveness. It was a dramatic, public display of submission, but one that Henry eventually recovered from, assuming his fight against the papacy with renewed vigor. Henry IV was a king defined by his contradictions, pious in some respects, utterly depraved in others. A brilliant military commander, yet a capricious and unreliable ruler. His perversions were less about a single, defining vice and more about a general, pervasive lack of self-control and a profound instability that cast a long shadow over his turbulent reign. He was a man who truly tested the patience of his contemporaries, his erratic behavior contributing significantly to the widespread chaos and civil wars that plagued the Holy Roman Empire for decades. You definitely wouldn't want to share a carriage with him on a long journey. The unwashed, rage-prone figure of Henry IV, oscillating between pious humility and brazen defiance, paints a vivid picture of a monarch whose perversions were a toxic cocktail of personal failings and monumental political ambition. His reign reminds us that the line between strong leadership and outright tyranny could be perilously thin, often determined by the whims and hygiene habits of a single, powerful individual. And seriously, that barefoot tenthis no thing. Talk about commitment to a PR stunt, even if it was born of desperation. Let's now turn our attention to the sprawling lands of France, to a very different kind of perversion, one that delves into the strange world of obsession, paranoia, and a truly unsettling relationship with power. We're talking about Louis XIII of France, who reigned from 1610 to 1643. While technically entering the early modern period, Louis XIII's reign still resonates with the unchecked power and personal eccentricities that defined many medieval monarchs, especially when coupled with the immense influence of his chief minister, Cardinal Richelieu. Louis XIII was a deeply introverted and melancholic man, by chronic illness, shyness, and a profound insecurity. His perversion wasn't about lavish indulgence or sexual scandals, but rather a complex web of emotional and psychological issues that manifested in strange obsessions, his profound distrust, and a peculiar, almost pathological, inability to form strong, lasting personal connections with anyone outside a very select few. His most defining perversion was perhaps his intense, almost obsessive attachment to his male favorites, particularly Charles d'Albert, Duc de Luynes, and later Henri Coiffier de Reuss, Marquis de Cinq-Mars. These were not just political alliances, consuming friendships that shaped the king's decisions and often alienated the traditional nobility and even his own mother, Marie de Medici. The level of emotional dependence Louis showed towards these men, showering them with gifts, titles, and political power that far exceeded their merit, was seen as a perversion of proper kingly decorum and responsibility. It's like a CEO who entrusts the entire company to his golf buddy, not because of competence, but purely because he likes playing golf with them. The results, as you can imagine, were often disastrous for the kingdom. Louis' perversion also manifested in his profound and often debilitating shyness. He hated public appearances, struggled with social interactions, and preferred solitude or the company of his dogs and falcons to the bustle of court life. This created a peculiar dynamic where his chief minister, Cardinal Richelieu, effectively became the public face and true power behind the throne, while Louis retreated into his own world. This abdication of visible royal authority, a king who preferred to rule from the shadows, was seen by many as a perversion of the very essence of monarchy. A particularly quirky detail about Louis XIII was his intense fascination with hunting and military exercises, to the exclusion of almost everything else. He was an excellent horseman and marksman, often spending days on end in the field, far away from the complexities of court. He was also obsessed with the training of falcons and dogs. This wasn't just a hobby, it was an escape, a way for the king to immerse himself in structured activities where he felt competent and in control. Unlike the confusing and demanding world of politics, it's like a modern leader who would rather spend all their time playing video games than attending cabinet meetings. One specific fringe tidbit that often circulates about Louis XIII, though debated by historians, is his alleged difficulty with personal hygiene, leading to a rather unpleasant body odor. This, combined with his general shyness and reclusiveness, likely contributed to his social awkwardness and made it harder for him to connect with his courtiers. Historians still widely debate the precise nature of Louis XIII's illnesses, with theories ranging from Crohn's disease to tuberculosis, all of which likely impacted his mood and behavior. His perversion, then, was a tragic blend of personal insecurity and chronic physical suffering that left him ill-equipped for the demands of absolute monarchy, allowing his powerful minister, Richelieu, to truly shape the destiny of France. He was the king who preferred the company of animals and the simplicity of the hunt to the Machiavellian machinations of court. A reluctant monarch whose inner world profoundly shaped the course of a nation. You probably wouldn't have found him at the center of any lavish royal balls, or likely hiding in a corner with a particularly well-behaved dog. The image of Louis XIII, the melancholic hunter-king who retreated from the world, allowing a powerful cardinal to seize the reins of state, provides a different lens through which to view perversion in monarchy. Here, it's not about grand malice, but a tragic abdication of direct royal presence. A king whose internal struggles allowed another to become the true power. It's like a corporate CEO who prefers playing golf all day, leaving the coup to run everything, only with more ermine and less performance reviews. Now, let's journey back to the Byzantine Empire for one final, utterly bizarre and shocking example of imperial perversion that combines religious fanaticism, grotesque physical mutilation, and a macabre obsession with the supernatural. We're talking about Emperor Justinian II, who reigned from 685 to 695, and then again from 705 to 711. His story is one of the most extreme and unsettling of all of Byzantine history. A man whose lust for power and vengeance pushed him to truly horrific lengths. Justinian II, descendant of the great Justinian I, was an ambitious and energetic ruler, but also incredibly arrogant, ruthless, and prone to fits of uncontrollable rage. His initial reign was marked by oppressive taxation and brutal persecution of anyone who opposed him. But his first major perversion was his escalating authoritarianism and his increasingly vindictive nature, which ultimately led to his downfall in 695. A rebellion broke out, and Justinian II was deposed. The rebels, led by Leontios, publicly mutilated him by cutting off his nose and tongue. This was a common Byzantine practice to render a deposed emperor symbolically unfit to rule, as a disfigured person could not bear the image of God. They exiled him to Cherson in Crimea, believing he was no longer a threat. However, this act of mutilation became the foundation of his most profound and unsettling perversion, an all-consuming, psychotic desire for revenge. For 10 years, Justinian, now known as Rhinamidos, the slit-nosed, plotted his return. His disfigurement didn't deter him, it fueled him. He famously wore a golden prosthetic nose and a golden plate beneath his tongue, making his speech difficult, but not impossible. The sheer audacity of a man so brutally disfigured, yet so utterly convinced of his divine right to rule, is astounding. This tenacity, warped by a thirst for vengeance, became his defining perversion. When he finally regained the throne in 705, with the help of the Bulgarian Conturval, he unleashed a horrific wave of terror and retribution. His perversion was now manifest in his systematic, almost artistic, approach to revenge. He ordered the execution of his two predecessors, Leontios and Tiberius III, in a public spectacle in the Hippodrome, then stood on their bodies during a chariot race, performing a victory lap. This wasn't just punishment, it was a grotesque display of dominance, a king literally trampling on his enemies' corpses. He then embarked on a relentless campaign of persecution against anyone who had opposed him, including the inhabitants of Cherson, who had failed to support him during his exile. He sent an expedition to raze the city and execute its people, a truly disproportionate act of vengeance against an entire population. His second reign became a reign of terror, fueled by paranoia and a desire to erase every memory of his humiliation. He employed eunuchs, who were traditionally seen as loyal, but lacked their own power base, to carry out his most brutal orders, further isolating himself from the traditional structures of power. A particularly chilling, yet quirky, fringe tidbit about Justinian II was his alleged belief in the power of a magic fish. While in exile, he reportedly caught a fish in the Black Sea and was told by a fortune teller that if he threw it back, he would regain his throne. He did so, and later attributed his return to this mystical act. This blend of superstition, unwavering self-belief, and a grotesque commitment to revenge makes him one of the most disturbing perverted kings in history. Historians still widely debate the precise psychological state of Justinian II during his second reign, but it's clear that the trauma of his mutilation, combined with his innate ruthlessness, transformed him into a truly terrifying figure. He was the kind of emperor who would literally put his enemies under his feet and then demand that you applaud. You can almost feel the collective dread in the Byzantine court during his second reign. The golden nose, vengeful figure of Justinian, II, literally trampling over the corpses of his deposed rivals, offers a truly visceral example of imperial perversion fueled by a terrifying cocktail of ambition, trauma, and unbridled vengeance. It's a story that makes you thankful for things like modern dentistry, and perhaps also for the checks and balances of democracy, however imperfect. No one wants a leader who thinks a magic fish guarantees their right to commit mass murder. Let's now turn our attention to the medieval kingdom of England once more, to a figure whose perversions were less about open cruelty or grand-scale paranoia, and more about a profoundly self-indulgent nature, a blatant disregard for law and order, and a truly astonishing level of personal and financial corruption. We're talking about Henry III of England, who reigned from 1216 to 1272. His reign was one of the longest in English history, stretching over 56 years, and while it saw periods of peace and cultural flowering, was also marked by chronic financial mismanagement, excessive patronage, and a deep-seated contempt for English customs and law. Henry III inherited the throne as a 9-year-old boy in the immediate aftermath of King John's disastrous reign and the signing of the Magna Carta. His initial years were guided by capable regents, but once he came of age, his perversions became apparent. His most significant perversion was his almost insatiable appetite for foreign favorites and his disregard for the English nobility. He showered his Poitevin relatives from his mother's family and later his Savoyard relatives from his wife's family, with lands, titles, and high offices at the expense of his native English barons. This wasn't just nepotism, it was a deliberate and widespread perversion of traditional English governance, fueling immense resentment and suspicion among his own subjects. Imagine a modern leader who staffs their entire administration with extended family members from another country, all while ignoring the local talent. It would definitely raise some eyebrows, perhaps lead to a constitutional crisis. Henry also had a particular perversion for extravagant building projects and lavish displays of piety, often at the expense of the royal treasury. He was deeply devout, almost to a fault, and spent colossal sums on rebuilding Westminster Abbey in the Gothic style, transforming it into a magnificent shrine. While undeniably beautiful, these projects, combined with his frequent foreign wars and his boundless generosity to his favorites, drained the kingdom's finances dry. He was constantly begging for money from Parliament, often in exchange for grudging reaffirmations of Magna Carta, only to ignore its provisions once he had the funds. This cycle of financial mismanagement and broken promises was a continuous perversion of his fiscal duty, a quirky yet revealing tidbit about Henry III was his peculiar reverence for the legendary King Edward the Confessor. Henry was deeply devoted to Edward, almost to the point of obsession, seeing him as his personal saint and role model. He named his first son Edward, had a lavish new shrine built for Edward the Confessor in Westminster Abbey, and even tried to imitate Edward's saintly humility, sometimes walking barefoot in processions. This unusual devotion, bordering on a personality cult, influenced his political decisions and his architectural ambitions, often blinding him to the practical realities of governance. Historians still debate the precise balance between Henry's genuine piety and his use of religious devotion as a political tool to enhance his royal authority. One specific fringe tidbit about Henry III was his alleged habit of taking bribes. Chronicles from the time suggest that, while not as rapacious as his father, King John, Henry was certainly willing to accept gifts and payments for royal favors, even when it meant bending the rules or undermining justice. This systematic corruption, born of his constant financial woes and his eagerness to please his favorites, became another perversion of his kingly role, eroding trust in royal justice and contributing to the widespread discontent that ultimately led to the Barons' War against him. Henry III was a king whose reign was a slow-motion car crash of good intentions, poor judgment, and pervasive financial and political perversions. He was a man more suited to quiet devotion and artistic patronage than the rough-and-tumble world of medieval governance, and his inability to curb his personal inclinations ultimately plunged England into civil war. He was the kind of king who meant well, but whose well-meaning intentions always seemed to come with a very steep price tag paid by his long-suffering subjects. The seemingly endless reign of Henry III, marked by his devout yet financially ruinous piety and his unwavering dedication to foreign favorites, paints a rather unique picture of royal perversion. It wasn't the spectacular cruelty of a tyrant, but a slower, more insidious rot of mismanagement and misprioritization that eventually wore down the patience of an entire nation. It's like watching a well-meaning but utterly incompetent project manager slowly drain the budget on entirely tangential yet aesthetically pleasing endeavors. Let's now journey to the Kingdom of Norway, land of Vikings turned Christian kings, where we encounter a monarch whose perversions were less about grand political schemes or sexual scandals, and more about a brutal, pragmatic approach to governance, coupled with a deep-seated suspicion and a willingness to eliminate rivals through shockingly direct means. We're talking about Sverre Sigurdsson of Norway, who reigned from 1184 to 1202. Sverre was a controversial figure, a man who claimed to be the illegitimate son of a previous king and rose from humble origins to seize the Norwegian throne, leading a group of rebels known as the Birkebeiner Birklegs, because they wore birch bark leggings. Sverre's perversion wasn't inherent malice, but rather his almost fanatical devotion to centralizing royal power and his complete disregard for traditional, legal, and ecclesiastical norms when they stood in his way. He was a brilliant military strategist and a charismatic leader, but his methods were often ruthless and Machiavellian, setting a new, harsher precedent for Norwegian kingship. His most defining perversion was his relentless, often brutal, suppression of all opposition. He faced constant civil wars and rebellions throughout his reign, and he met them with unyielding force. He wasn't afraid to burn entire towns, devastate regions, or execute his enemies without mercy. This wasn't just common warfare. It was a systematic terror campaign designed to break the will of his opponents and establish absolute royal authority. It's like a medieval CEO who responds to any internal dissent by burning down entire departments and publicly restructuring the dissenters. Not exactly HR friendly. A particularly grim illustration of his pragmatic perversion was his treatment of defeated enemies. Unlike many medieval rulers who might imprison or ransom high-ranking foes, Sverre often preferred to have them executed, or, at the very least, blinded or mutilated to ensure they could never again challenge him. He was a master of psychological warfare, using fear as a primary tool of governance. This calculated cruelty, designed not for pleasure, but for ruthless efficiency, makes him a perverted king in the sense that he pushed the boundaries of acceptable royal violence. Sverre, also, had a profound perversion in his relationship with the church. He repeatedly clashed with the archbishops of Norway, particularly Archbishop Erik Iversen, over issues of royal power versus ecclesiastical independence. Sverre insisted on his right to appoint bishops and control church property, often defying papal authority. This led to his excommunication, but unlike Henry IV, Sverre largely ignored it, even launching a sophisticated propaganda campaign to justify his actions and portray himself as a divinely appointed king fighting for justice against a corrupt church. This willingness to completely disregard papal authority and wage APR, war against the most powerful institution in Europe, was a radical perversion of traditional king-church relations. A quirky, yet revealing detail about Sverre was his unique method of justifying his kingship. As an alleged illegitimate son, his claim to the throne was weak. He claimed a special divine mandate, asserting that God had chosen him to bring peace and justice to Norway. He even had a biography written, Sverre's Saga, which presented his side of the story and portrayed him as a righteous, almost saintly figure, despite his brutal methods. This was an early form of spin doctoring, a king attempting to rewrite history and theology to suit his own political ambitions. Historians still widely debate the veracity of his royal parentage, but it's clear his personal ambition and tactical genius allowed him to overcome significant obstacles to power. Sverre Sigurdsson was a king who embodied the perversion of Tybrise, raw, unyielding power, a man who broke every rule and tradition to forge a new, stronger Norway under his iron will. He wasn't necessarily a pleasure seeker or a madman, quote, but his pragmatic brutality and his disregard for established norms make him a compelling, quote, if unsettling, example of a perverted monarch. He was the kind of king who believed the ends always justified the means, no matter how bloody those means might be. You definitely wouldn't want to get on his bad side. Sverre Sigurdsson, a Norwegian king who clawed his way to the throne with an iron will and a disregard for convention, offers a chilling portrait of perversion as pure, unadulterated pragmatism. He reminds us that sometimes the most effective rulers were also the ones least constrained by traditional morality, perfectly willing to rewrite the rules or the historical narrative to suit their ambitions. It's like a medieval startup founder, utterly ruthless in their pursuit of market dominance, just with more axes and fewer pitch decks. Now, let's journey back to the very heart of Europe, to the Holy Roman Empire again, but this time to a figure whose perversions were less about political ruthlessness or personal indulgence, and more about a bizarre and dangerous blend of extreme insecurity, intense suspicion, and a truly unsettling obsession with witchcraft and the occult. We're talking about Rudolph IV, Duke of Austria, who reigned from 1358 to 1365, while not an emperor. Rudolph was a hugely powerful figure, aiming to elevate his House of Habsburg to imperial status, and his methods were often extraordinary, bordering on the deceitful and the bizarre. Rudolph IV, nicknamed the founder for his extensive building projects and his establishment of the University of Vienna, was a highly intelligent and ambitious ruler. However, his perversions stemmed from a profound insecurity about his family's relatively new status among the great princely houses of the empire. He was obsessed with legitimizing and elevating the Habsburgs, and he was willing to go to extraordinary lengths, even fabricating history, to achieve this. His most striking perversion was his creation of the Privilegia Maius, a forged document that purported to be a decree from the Roman Emperor Julius Caesar, and later confirmed by Nero, granting the Dukes of Austria extraordinary privileges and making them virtually independent of the Holy Roman Emperor. This was a breathtaking act of historical forgery, blatant perversion of truth and law, designed to elevate his family's status and undermine the authority of the actual emperor. Imagine a modern politician who just makes up ancient constitutional amendments to give themselves more power, and then insists everyone believe them. That's Rudolph's audacious move. Beyond this grand forgery, Rudolph also displayed a deep personal paranoia and a strange, almost manic interest in the occult. He was intensely superstitious, consulting astrologers and alchemists, and reportedly becoming deeply involved in practices aimed at warding off evil or securing good fortune. This wasn't entirely uncommon for the era, but Rudolph's intensity and reliance on such practices for political decisions bordered on the obsessive, blurring the lines between reason and superstition. A particularly quirky and somewhat disturbing tidbit about Rudolph IV was his alleged experiment with a talking bird. He reportedly believed that he could use a bird, perhaps a parrot or a raven, to spy on his enemies and carry secret messages. While this sounds like something out of a fantasy novel, the very idea reveals a king deeply consumed by paranoia and a willingness to explore unconventional, even bizarre, methods to gain an advantage over his rivals. Historians still widely debate the true extent of his occult practices and the specific details of this talking bird story, but it certainly fits the picture of a ruler who felt constantly under threat and sought unusual ways to maintain control. Rudolph also had a unique fascination with death and his own mortality. He reportedly kept a pet raven that he believed could predict the future, and he even had a special tomb designed for himself and his wife in St. Stephen's Cathedral in Vienna, meticulously planning his burial years in advance. This might seem like simple piety or foresight, but combined with his paranoia and his other perversions, it paints a picture of a man deeply preoccupied with control, even over his own demise. Rudolph IV was a king whose perversions were born from a powerful inferiority complex and a relentless drive for status. He was a master manipulator, a forger of history, and a man who dabbled in the arcane to secure his earthly power. His life is a testament to how far ambitious rulers would go to secure their dynasty's future, even if it meant creating an entirely new, entirely fictional past. He was the kind of ruler who would absolutely ace a lie detector test, simply because he believed his own fabrications so completely. Rudolph IV, the ambitious Habsburg Duke, who literally rewrote history to suit his dynastic aspirations, truly exemplifies how perversion could manifest as a deliberate, calculated manipulation of truth itself. His story reminds us that power, combined with insecurity, can drive individuals to extraordinary and often bizarre lengths to control their own narrative, even if it means forging ancient decrees with the flourish of a quill. Cute? It's like a medieval blockchain developer, but instead of digital ledgers, he's minting fake historical documents for personal gain. Let's journey now to the Kingdom of France again. King to a king whose perversions were less about political manipulation or grand-scale cruelty, and more about a deeply unsettling combination of extreme religious devotion, severe self-flagellation, and a profound, almost morbid obsession with death and suffering. We're talking about Louis IX of France, also known as St. Louis, who reigned from 1226 to 1270. He is, ironically, the only French king to be canonized as a saint, which makes his inclusion here particularly intriguing. While his intentions were undoubtedly pious, his extreme practices and interpretations of his divine role could be seen as a perversion of balanced governance and personal well-being. Louis IX was renowned for his piety, sense of justice, and his charitable works. He founded hospitals, cared for the poor, and reformed the legal system. He truly sought to be a just and righteous king. However, his perversion lay in the extreme and sometimes disturbing ways he expressed his devotion, pushing the boundaries of what was considered normal, even for a deeply religious era. His most striking perversion was his practice of severe personal mortification. He famously wore a hair shirt, a shirt made of coarse animal hair that irritates the skin, and engaged in regular self-flagellation, using small whips or chains, often inviting his confessors to watch or even participate in the whippings. The tease wasn't just a private penance. It was a visible, often public, expression of his extreme piety, setting a stark example for his court. Imagine a modern leader who regularly engages in public self-harm to demonstrate their commitment to a cause. It would be seen as deeply troubling, bordering on mental illness, even if their intentions were pure. This level of physical suffering, self-inflicted in the name of God, was an intense perversion of healthy self-care. Even for a saint, Louis also had a profound, almost morbid obsession with relics and the instruments of Christ's passion. He spent immense sums of money acquiring holy relics, including what he believed to be the crown of thorns and a piece of the true cross. He built the magnificent Sainte-Chapelle in Paris specifically to house these relics, transforming his capital into a spiritual center. While this enhanced his prestige, his single-minded focus on these objects, to the exclusion of other pressing matters, could be seen as a perversion of his temporal duties, directing vast resources to spiritual artifacts rather than material welfare. It's like collecting rare, ancient action figures. But if each one cost a kingdom's annual budget, and you truly believed they had magical powers, a quirky yet unsettling detail about St. Louis was his alleged personal involvement in the administration of justice. He was famous for sitting under an oak tree at Vincennes, listening to the petitions of his subjects and dispensing justice directly. While this sounds wonderfully democratic, it often involved him personally interrogating and even sentencing individuals. He was known for his firm, sometimes harsh, judgments, and his zealous pursuit of moral purity often led him to punish minor offenses with disproportionate severity, particularly heresy or blasphemy. He believed he was God's direct instrument, and this certainty could lead to a frightening lack of mercy. One specific fringe, a tidbit about Louis IX, was his reported fascination with the idea of a universal crusade to reclaim Jerusalem, a goal that consumed him throughout his reign. He launched 2 major crusades, both of which were military and financial disasters. He was captured during the 7th Crusade in Egypt and eventually died of dysentery during the 8th Crusade in Tunis. His relentless pursuit of this singular, seemingly unattainable spiritual goal, even at the cost of his kingdom's resources and his own life, could be seen as a grand perversion of practical statesmanship. Historians still debate the true impact of his extreme piety on the long-term stability and financial health of the French monarchy. But there's no doubt his personal perversions left a unique and complex legacy. He was a king who literally wore his suffering on his sleeve, a saint whose zeal sometimes tipped into the realm of the unsettling. You'd admire his faith, but you definitely wouldn't want to get into a theological debate with him, especially if you were on the wrong side. St. Louis, the self-flagellating king who pursued relics and crusades with unwavering, almost fanatical devotion, stands as a complex study in royal perversion. His story reminds us that even profound piety, when taken to extremes and unmoored from practical realities, can manifest as a form of self-destructive obsession, draining a kingdom's resources and leading its ruler to a lonely, foreign grave. It's like having a CEO whose entire business strategy revolves around collecting rare baseball cards, no matter the cost. Noble intentions, perhaps, but questionable execution. Let's now journey to the powerful and often brutal realm of Russia, to a figure who's profound and terrifying that his name has become synonymous with tyranny, madness, and unspeakable cruelty. We're talking, of course, about Ivan IV Vasilievich, better known as Ivan the Terrible, who reigned from 1547 to 1584, while technically post-medieval. His reign is the quintessential example of unchecked monarchical power spiraling into profound psychological disturbance, leaving a legacy of terror and destruction. He's the ultimate boss level for perverted kings. Ivan's early life was marked by extreme trauma, losing his parents young and growing up in a court rife with brutal power struggles among the boyars nobles. This formative period likely contributed to his profound paranoia and his infamous perversions. His most defining perversion was his escalating paranoia and his systematic, almost artistic use of terror against his own people, particularly the Bajars. He created the Oprichnina, a separate territory within Russia governed directly by him, and formed a terrifying black-clad force called the Oprichniki. These men, riding black horses and carrying brooms and dog heads as symbols to sweep away traitors and sniff out treason, unleashed a reign of terror across Russia. They executed, tortured, and confiscated the lands of anyone Ivan suspected of disloyalty, often without trial. This wasn't just political oppression, it was a mass purge driven by a deeply disturbed mind, a total perversion of royal justice. Imagine a government agency whose sole purpose is to torture and kill anyone the leader dislikes, and they have cool uniforms and creepy symbols. That was the Oprichnina. Ivan's perversions also extended to his personal relationships. He was prone to violent outbursts that could turn deadly. Most infamously, he allegedly murdered his own son and heir, Ivan Ivanovich, by striking him on the head with his staff during a fit of rage. While the exact details of this event are debated by historians, the prevailing belief at the time, and the weight of evidence points to his culpability. This act, the murder of his own heir, was the ultimate perversion of dynastic responsibility and paternal duty, shoring chaos upon his death. His sexual perversions were also widely discussed. He had at least 6, possibly 8, wives, many of whom he quickly discarded or who met mysterious ends. He was also known for his debauched lifestyle, his bouts of excessive drinking, and his unpredictable moods. This combination of serial marriage, uncontrolled temper, and dark indulgence contributed to his terrifying reputation. A particularly quirky, yet chilling, tidbit about Ivan the Terrible was his deep, almost contradictory, piety. He was a devout, Orthodox Christian, spending hours in prayer, fasting, and even contemplating becoming a monk. He would often swing from extreme cruelty to profound repentance, then back again to brutality. He funded monasteries, wrote theological texts, and ordered the construction of the magnificent St. Basil's Cathedral. This blend of fervent faith and unbridled sadism makes him a truly perplexing figure. Imagine a serial killer who spends his weekends volunteering at a soup kitchen. It's that kind of unsettling dichotomy. Historians still widely debate the extent to which his behavior was a result of mental illness, a reaction to the political realities of his time, or a combination of both. Some theorize he may have suffered from bipolar disorder or even mercury poisoning, which was a common cure for many ailments at the time. One fringe tidbit, often attributed to Ivan, was his alleged enjoyment of having bears thrown at his enemies in a pit. While the direct evidence for this is thin, such stories circulated widely and contributed to his terrifying reputation for inventive cruelty. Ivan the Terrible stands as the ultimate cautionary tale of unchecked power, a king whose personal perversions plunged an entire nation into a profound and enduring nightmare, forever shaping the image of Russian autocracy. He was the kind of ruler who made everyone in the room suddenly remember an urgent appointment elsewhere, preferably in a different country. Ivan the Terrible, the prairie-sighting, sun-murdering, paranoia-fueled Tsar, truly embodies the terrifying apex of royal perversion. His story is a stark, brutal reminder that when absolute power meets profound psychological disturbance, the consequences can be catastrophic for an entire nation. It's like a medieval horror film where the villain is not some external monster, but the very person sitting on the throne, wearing a crown. And unlike a film, there was no pausing, no turning it off. Let's now turn our attention to the fascinating and often tragic realm of Portugal, specifically to a king whose perversions were less about open cruelty or grand-scale tyranny, and more about a profound melancholy, an intense, almost obsessive, and ultimately ill-fated love, and a general lack of practical statesmanship. We're talking about Pedro, the first of Portugal, who reigned from 1357 to 1367, often known as the Cruel, like his Castilian cousin, or the Just, depending on who you ask. He is most famously remembered for the macabre and romantic legend of Inés de Castro. Pedro's perversion wasn't about ruling unjustly for pleasure, but rather his inability to separate his intense personal emotions from his duties as king, leading to disproportionate acts of vengeance and a general neglect of practical governance. His defining characteristic was his obsessive love for Inés de Castro, Castilian noblewoman who was a lady-in-waiting to his wife, Constance of Castile. Pedro fell deeply in love with Inés, openly flaunting their relationship and having children with her. Despite his marriage to Constance, this created a huge scandal and a political crisis, as Inés was seen as a potential threat to the legitimate succession, especially given her Castilian connections. The Portuguese nobility, fearing Castilian influence, urged Pedro's father, King Afonso IV, to act. In 1355, while Pedro was away, Afonso ordered Inés de Castro's assassination. This act plunged Pedro into a grief and rage that consumed him and profoundly shaped his subsequent reign. When Pedro ascended the throne 2 years later, his perversion became a singular focus: vengeance for Inés. He ruthlessly hunted down the assassins, 2 of whom fled to Castile. He negotiated their extradition, and upon their return, subjected them to horrific public executions. He reportedly tore out their hearts, one through the back, one through the front, believing that those who had killed his love should suffer a similar fate. This was a perversion of justice, transforming royal authority into a vehicle for personal, almost ritualistic, revenge. It was less about upholding the law and more about a very public, very bloody act of catharsis. Imagine a heartbroken modern leader using the entire state apparatus to track down and brutally execute the people who wronged them personally. Perhaps his most famous, and certainly most macabre, perversion was the posthumous coronation of Inés de Castro. According to legend, and widely believed at the time, Pedro had Inés's corpse exhumed, dressed in royal robes, and placed on the throne beside him. He then forced the Portuguese nobility to swear fealty to her as their rightful queen and kiss her decaying hand, a chilling echo of Pedro, the Cruel of Castile, but driven by love rather than pure power. While historians still widely debate the literal truth of this event, Some scholars believe it was a symbolic ceremony rather than a literal reenactment with a rotting corpse. The belief in it profoundly shaped his reputation and revealed a king whose personal obsession transcended the bounds of normal decorum is the ultimate gesture of "till death do us part." But with way more embalming fluid, a quirky detail about Pedro I was his peculiar sense of justice after he became king. Despite his brutal acts of vengeance, he was also known for his unusual commitment to fairness, earning him the nickname the Just. He would often walk among his people in disguise, listening to their grievances and administering justice directly, often with harsh but equitable rulings. This blend of extreme personal vengeance and a genuine desire for impartial justice creates a fascinating contradiction. Historians still widely debate the true nature of his character. Was he a madman driven by grief, or a pragmatic ruler using terror to consolidate power? Pedro I stands as a profound example of how a king's personal life, his deepest passions and grievances, could utterly dominate and pervert the course of his reign, transforming justice into a personal vendetta and royal authority into a platform for a heartbroken display of defiance. He was a king who loved so intensely and hated so fiercely that he dragged an entire kingdom into the depths of his own tragic romance. You wouldn't want to be the person who broke his heart, or, just be one of the people he needed to kiss a dead hand. The haunting image of Pedro I, the heartbroken Portuguese king forcing his court to bow before a beloved corpse, is a chilling testament to how personal grief, when combined with absolute power, could manifest as a perversion of regal dignity and even sanity. It reminds us that behind every crown there was a human being, capable of depths of love and vengeance that could reshape a kingdom. And yes, it certainly makes you think twice about defying a king's personal affections. Let's now turn our attention to the Byzantine Empire once more, to a figure whose perversions were less about open cruelty or grand-scale revenge, and more about a calculated, almost cynical, use of religious devotion, combined with an intense avarice and a profound disregard for the welfare of his subjects. We're talking about Andronikos, the first Komnenos, who reigned from 1183 to 1185. His short reign was a whirlwind of dramatic reversals, initial popularity, and ultimately shocking brutality and a gruesome end. Andronikos was a cousin of Emperor Manuel the First Komnenos, known for his dashing good looks, his military prowess, and his scandalous personal life even before he became emperor. His perversion was less about innate sadism and more about a ruthless, opportunistic ambition disguised by populist rhetoric and a hypocritical display of piety. When he seized power, he initially presented himself as a reformer, promising to rid the empire of corruption and bring justice to the common people. He began by targeting the wealthy elite and those associated with the previous corrupt regency, including the young Emperor Alexios II and his mother. This initial purge, while violent, was popular with the populace who had suffered under the previous regime. However, his perversion soon became apparent. His purges weren't about justice, but about eliminating anyone who might oppose his absolute authority. His most striking perversion was his escalating paranoia and his systematic use of terror against not just the nobility, but anyone who might pose a threat. He employed a network of spies and informers and would order executions based on the flimsiest of evidence or even just suspicion. He developed a chilling fondness for particularly cruel forms of torture and mutilation, often for public display. This was not the random violence of a madman, but the calculated terror of a ruler determined to crush all dissent. Imagine a modern leader who starts by promising to clean up corruption, then proceeds to publicly torture anyone who ever looked at them sideways. Andronikos' trajectory. Andronikos also displayed a profound perversion in his personal life, particularly his sexual conduct. Despite his advanced age, he was in his 60s when he became emperor. he was notoriously promiscuous, taking numerous mistresses, including the widowed Empress Maria of Antioch and even a young French Princess Agnes of France, whom he renamed Anna, who was engaged to his son. This blatant disregard for traditional morality and imperial decorum, especially from a man who presented himself as a puritanical reformer, was seen as deeply hypocritical and scandalous. A particularly quirky, yet dark, tidbit about Andronikos was his habit of using seemingly trivial actions to judge and punish people. He would reportedly observe people's behavior at court, their facial expressions, or even their movements, and from these he would infer their loyalty or disloyalty, leading to arbitrary arrests and executions. It was like a king playing a deadly game of charades, where the stakes were literally life and death, and only he knew the rules. Historians still debate the extent to which his behavior was a reaction to genuine threats from a fractious nobility versus a manifestation of a raw, developing paranoia. One specific fringe tidbit from chroniclers suggests that Andronikos had a particularly gruesome fondness for having his victims' eyes gouged out or their tongues cut off, then sometimes displayed the severed organs. While such practices were not unheard of in the Byzantine Empire, Andronikos' systematic and widespread use of them, almost as a signature of his terror, highlights his unique brand of perversion. His reign quickly devolved into a nightmare of bloodshed and fear. He was ultimately overthrown by a popular uprising, dragged through the streets of Constantinople, tortured and brutally killed by the enraged mob. His end was as gruesome as his reign. Andronikos, the first Komnenos, stands as a grim reminder of how quickly populist rhetoric can devolve into terrifying tyranny. King, whose initial promises of reform were utterly perverted by his insatiable lust for absolute power, definitely would not have wanted to be on his to-do list. Andronikos, the first Komnenos, the Byzantine emperor who began as a reformer and ended as a grotesque tyrant, twisting populist hope into a reign of terror, serves as a chilling reminder of how easily power can corrupt, especially when combined with paranoia and a taste for theatrical cruelty. His story is a classic example of perversion as a complete betrayal of initial ideals, ending in a mob's justice spectacle that was as brutal as his rule. You can almost hear the collective sigh of relief from Constantinople when that particular nightmare finally ended. Let's now turn our attention to the sprawling, fragmented lands of Germany within the Holy Roman Empire, to a figure whose perversions were less about political malice or sexual deviance, and more about a profound and almost pathological laziness, an astonishing lack of personal ambition, and a complete, utterly bewildering disregard for the immense responsibilities of his office. We're talking about Wenceslaus, the Fourth of Bohemia in Germany, who reigned as King of Bohemia from 1378 to 1419, and as King of Germany, King of the Romans from 1378 to 1400. He was the son of the great Emperor Charles IV, a man renowned for his intellect and statesmanship, making Wenceslaus's character flaws all the more perplexing. Wenceslaus's perversion is primarily his almost complete abdication of royal duty, a preference for indolence, hunting, and carousing over the weighty affairs of state. He was intelligent, but lacked discipline, drive, and any real interest in governance. He allowed his kingdom and the empire to drift, becoming a figurehead whose inaction and erratic behavior deeply destabilized the political landscape. Imagine a modern CEO who just never shows up for work, spends all day playing video games, and occasionally fires people for no apparent reason. That was Wenceslaus's approach to kingship. His most striking perversion was his notorious fondness for drink. He was a notorious alcoholic, often seen in a drunken stupor, neglecting his duties and making rash, ill-advised decisions. This wasn't just occasional overindulgence. It was a defining characteristic of his reign, making him unreliable and unpredictable. His court was often marked by drunkenness and chaos, a clear perversion of the solemn dignity expected of a monarch. This constant inebriation meant that vital state affairs were neglected, justice was delayed, and powerful factions within the empire were left to their own devices, leading to increased feuds and instability. Wenceslas also displayed a peculiar, almost childlike, cruelty and vindictiveness when roused from his stupor. He was known for arbitrary arrests, summary executions, and a tendency to bear long grudges. He once ordered a cook roasted alive on a spit for poorly preparing a meal. He also had his personal confessor, John of Nepomuc, tortured and drowned in the Vltava River for refusing to reveal the secrets of the Queen's confession. This incident, while shrouded in legend, John of Nepomuc later became a saint, highlights Wenceslas's casual brutality and his willingness to enforce his will through terror, even against the church. A quirky yet darker detail about Wenceslas was his alleged fascination with torture and his personal involvement in some executions, while not enjoying the process with the same relish as some of our earlier subjects. He was certainly not averse to it, and sometimes seemed to derive a perverse satisfaction from demonstrating his absolute power in such brutal ways. This casual cruelty, coming from a man otherwise seemingly detached from reality, makes him a particularly unsettling figure. One specific fringe tidbit about Wenceslas was his peculiar love for hunting. To the exclusion of almost everything else, he maintained vast hunting grounds and spent an inordinate amount of time pursuing game, often for days on end, while urgent state matters piled up. His dogs were reportedly better cared for than many of his courtiers. This obsessive leisure, while seemingly harmless, was a profound perversion of his royal duties, demonstrating a complete disregard for the well-being of his kingdom. Historians still widely debate the precise nature of his mental state, whether he was simply lazy and undisciplined, or if he suffered from some underlying mental health condition exacerbated by alcoholism. Wenceslas IV was eventually deposed. As King of Germany, though, he retained the Bohemian crown due to his ineptitude and chronic absenteeism, a rare instance where a monarch's perversions of duty led to his ouster without outright rebellion or murder. He was a king who preferred the company of his dogs and the bottom of a wine goblet to the demands of governance. A tragic example of how inaction and personal vice could be as destructive to a kingdom as any tyrant's cruelty. You probably wouldn't want him as your designated driver, let alone your king. Wenceslas IV, the drunken, coup-gloving king who couldn't be bothered to rule, offers a surprisingly insidious form of perversion, the slow, corrosive decay of an empire due to profound royal neglect. It's a stark reminder that a king's absence of will can be just as destructive as the presence of malice. You almost wonder if the Holy Roman Empire developed its famously complex bureaucracy just to compensate for kings like him. Let's now journey to the Crusader states, those precarious Christian outposts established in the Levant after the First Crusade, a fascinating blend of Western feudalism and Eastern influences. Here, we encounter a king whose perversions were less about personal vice or cruelty, and more about a profound, almost tragic, physical affliction combined with an unwavering sense of duty, yet a controversial approach to dealing with the encroaching power of Saladin. We're talking about Baldwin IV of Jerusalem, who reigned from 1174 to 1185, known as the Leper King. His life was a testament to extraordinary courage in the face of immense personal suffering, yet his choices often clashed with the expectations of his time. Baldwin inherited the throne as a 13-year-old boy, and shortly thereafter, it became clear he had leprosy, a disease that, in the medieval period, carried immense social stigma and a terrifying prognosis. His perversion, in the eyes of some contemporaries, and certainly from a dynastic perspective, was his very existence and his continued reign despite his debilitating illness. in an era where physical perfection was often seen as a sign of divine favor. A leper king was a profound challenge to traditional notions of kingship. His most striking perversion was his refusal to succumb to his disease, and his insistence on leading his armies into battle, even as his body progressively deteriorated. He was a brilliant military commander, famously defeating Saladin's much larger army at the Battle of Manjisa in 1177, despite being severely ill and unable to hold a sword properly. He fought with a fierce determination, riding with a bandaged hand, sometimes unable to see or feel, yet still directing his troops. This wasn't a perversion of morality, but a perversion of expectations. A king defined the physical limitations that would have sidelined anyone else, stubbornly clinging to his duty even as his flesh betrayed him. Imagine a modern head state bravely leading troops from a wheelchair into a literal battlefield. It's an image of awe-inspiring courage, yet also profound tragedy. However, Baldwin's disease also led to a perversion of dynastic succession. As a leper, he knew he could not produce an heir, and his attempts to secure the succession through his sister Sibylla and her various husbands were fraught with political intrigue and ultimately disastrous for the kingdom. His perversion here was being forced to navigate a system that demanded a healthy, fertile king, while knowing he could be neither, leading him to make difficult and often controversial choices for the future of Jerusalem. A quirky, yet deeply poignant detail about Baldwin IV was his unusual bond with his childhood tutor and later chief advisor, William of Tyre, the chronicler whose writings provide much of what we know about Baldwin's reign. William, a highly educated and compassionate man, genuinely admired Baldwin's intellect and courage. Their relationship, built on mutual respect rather than the usual royal favoritism, stands out in an era often defined by suspicion and treachery. One specific fringe tidbit about Baldwin IV was his alleged preference for a particular type of highly restrictive diet and lifestyle in an attempt to manage his leprosy, often consuming only small amounts of simple food and avoiding comforts. While this was likely medically advised to the limited extent medieval medicine could advise, it also spoke to his ascetic discipline in the face of his terrible illness, a personal struggle that paralleled his struggle to maintain the Crusader kingdom. Historians still widely debate the true extent of his military genius versus the collective efforts of his generals, but his personal courage and his tragic reign are undeniable. Baldwin IV was a king whose perversion was the tragedy of a great mind trapped in a failing body, forced to make impossible choices for a kingdom on the brink of collapse. He wasn't cruel, but the circumstances of his health, combined with his fierce will, created a unique kind of challenge for his reign, setting the stage for the fall of Jerusalem just a few years after his death. He was a king who fought not just Saladin, but his own decaying flesh, a defiant figure whose reign remains a powerful symbol of human resilience and the harsh realities of medieval life. He was a king who deserved a better hand, but played the one he was dealt with extraordinary courage. The heart-wrenching story of Baldwin IV, the leper king, bravely battling both a relentless enemy and his own decaying body, offers a profound perspective on perversion as a challenge to the very idea of kingly perfection. His reign was a testament to extraordinary resilience, yet also a stark reminder of the brutal intersection of personal suffering and the demands of absolute power. It makes you realize that sometimes the most profound perversions aren't moral failings, but the cruel twists of fate. Let's now journey to the powerful and culturally rich lands of Spain, where we encounter a king whose perversions were less about personal vice or political tyranny, and more about a bizarre blend of intellectual obsession, a profound disregard for practical governance, and a truly astonishing level of personal eccentricity. We're talking about Alfonso X of Castile, known as the Wise El Sabio, who reigned from 1252 to 1284. Alfonso was a towering intellectual figure, a patron of the arts and sciences, but his reign was also riddled with political instability, financial ruin, and a profound alienation from his own kingdom. Alfonso's perversion was not cruelty or debauchery, but his almost pathological absorption in intellectual pursuits, often to the detriment of his actual duties as king. He was a polymath, fascinated by astronomy, law, history, and poetry. He famously established the Escuela de Traductores, the Toledo School of Translators, which translated vast numbers of Arabic and Hebrew texts into Latin and Castilian, preserving and disseminating crucial knowledge to the West. He personally supervised and contributed to many of these works, including his monumental Cat Partidas, a legal code that influenced Spanish law for centuries. He even financed the Alphonsine tables, astronomical tables that were the most accurate of their time. However, this intellectual brilliance came at a steep cost. Alfonso's obsession with scholarship meant he largely neglected the practical administration of his kingdom. He was a notoriously poor financial manager, squandering royal revenue on his lavish court and his various cultural and scientific projects. He constantly sought to become Holy Roman Emperor, a hugely expensive and ultimately fruitless ambition that further drained his treasury and alienated his nobility. This single-minded focus on intellectual and imperial glory, while neglecting the basic welfare of his kingdom, was a profound perversion of his royal duties. Imagine a modern leader who spends all their time writing poetry and building observatories, while the national economy collapses and their political rivals openly rebel. Not exactly a recipe for smooth governance. A particularly quirky, somewhat sacrilegious detail about Alfonso X was his alleged remark about God. Faced with the complexity and perceived flaws of the Ptolemaic model of the universe, which the Alphonsine tables sought to refine, he famously quipped, "Had I been present at the creation, I would have given him some good advice." This audacious statement, bordering on blasphemy for its time, highlights his intellectual arrogance and his willingness to challenge even divine authority. A true perversion of traditional piety for a medieval king. Alfonso also had a rather peculiar, almost detached approach to his personal relationships. His family life was often chaotic, marked by bitter disputes over succession and power. He even faced open rebellion from his own son, Sancho IV, who led a coalition of nobles against him. This breakdown of familial and political loyalty further illustrates his perversion of effective rule. Unable to command the respect or loyalty even of his closest relatives. One specific fringe tidbit about Alfonso X was his alleged fascination with games, particularly chess and backgammon. He commissioned a famous book of games, Libro de los Juegos, that included detailed descriptions and strategies for these games, along with astronomical and astrological interpretations. This seemingly innocent pastime also speaks to his intellectual curiosity and his desire for systematic knowledge, even in recreation. Historians still debate the precise reasons for his political failures, whether it was solely his intellectual detachment, the inherent challenges of his time, or the machinations of his ambitious family members. Alfonso X was a king whose perversion was the tragedy of a brilliant mind misplaced on a throne. He was a scholar king whose intellect was a beacon of light in medieval Europe, but whose administrative incompetence and intellectual obsessions profoundly destabilized his kingdom. He was a king who could map the stars, but couldn't manage his finances. A fascinating example of how even genius could be a perversion, when it alienated a ruler from the practical demands of governance. You'd love to have him as a professor, but definitely not as your accountant. The story of Alfonso X, the scholarly king who could advise God on creation but not manage his own treasury, really encapsulates how perversion could manifest as a profound intellectual detachment from the gritty realities of governance. It's a compelling reminder that brilliance in one area doesn't necessarily translate to competence in another, especially when the latter involves actually running a country. He can almost hear the sighs of exasperation from his advisors, probably wishing he'd just focus on, being king. Let's now journey to the powerful and often turbulent Kingdom of France, to a figure whose perversions were less about personal vice or political cunning, and more about a deeply unsettling combination of physical deformity, a profound sense of inferiority, and a resulting, almost pathological, need for recognition and power that manifested in a calculated ruthlessness. We're talking about Pepin the Short, who reigned as king of the Franks from 751 to 768. Pepin was the father of Charlemagne, and his ascent to the throne marked a pivotal moment in European history. But his personal story is steeped in insecurity and ambition. Pepin was not born into royalty. He was the son of Charles Martel, the powerful mayor of the palace, who effectively ruled the Frankish kingdom, while the Merovingian kings, the Dunatin kings, were mere figureheads. Pepin himself was a physically short man, a detail often emphasized by chroniclers, and which likely contributed to his intense drive to prove himself. His perversion was less about a moral failing and more about a relentless, almost aggressive, pursuit of legitimacy and power, coupled with a deep-seated need to compensate for his physical stature. His most striking perversion was his blatant usurpation of the Merovingian throne. He didn't simply seize power. He engineered a clever and ultimately decisive move by appealing to the Pope. Pepin sent envoys to Pope Zachary, asking who should truly be king, the one with the title but no power, or the one with power but no title. The Pope, seeking a strong ally against the Lombards, unequivocally sided with Pepin. In 751, the last Merovingian king, Childeric III, was deposed, had his long hair, a symbol of his royalty, cut, and was sent to a monastery. Pepin was then formally anointed king of the Franks by a papal legate, lending divine sanction to his coup. This was a revolutionary perversion of traditional royal succession, setting a precedent that power could be seized and legitimized by papal blessing, rather than just by birthright. It's like a corporate takeover, but instead of shareholders, you have the Pope, and instead of a golden parachute, you get your head shaved and sent to a monastery. Beyond this political perversion, Pepin also displayed a calculated ruthlessness towards his enemies. He was a skilled military leader, consolidating Frankish power and conquering new territories. His campaigns against the Lombards, which led to the creation of the Papal States, were marked by efficiency and a determination to achieve his objectives, even if it meant harsh reprisals against those who resisted. A quirky, yet revealing, detail about Pepin the Short concerned a legend that illustrates his need to prove his strength. One account tells of Pepin at a feast, challenging his courtiers to sever the head of a powerful lion and a bull that had been let into the arena. When no one dared, Pepin himself, despite his short stature, stepped forward and skillfully killed both beasts with his sword. Whether literally true or a later embellishment, this story clearly speaks to the perception of Pepin as a man driven to demonstrate his physical and moral superiority, a compensation for his height that bordered on the obsessive. Historians still widely debate the precise nature of his relationship with the papacy and the full extent of his personal ambition. One specific fringe tidbit about Pepin was his alleged love for hunting, almost to the point of obsession, much like Wenceslas IV, but for very different reasons. For Pepin, it was not an escape, but another arena to prove his physical prowess. In leadership, he was known to spend long hours in the saddle, relentlessly pursuing game, further demonstrating his vigor and determination to both himself and his court. This seemingly simple pastime was, for Pepin, another manifestation of his relentless drive to assert his dominance and solidify his hard-won throne. Pepin the Short was a king whose perversions were rooted in an understandable insecurity, but which manifested as an almost amoral drive for power and legitimacy. He forged a new dynasty, fundamentally reshaping the political landscape of Europe through a bold, unprecedented challenge to traditional authority. He was a king who proved that size doesn't matter, especially when you have PayPal backing and a very sharp sword. You might underestimate him at your peril. Pepin the Short, the diminutive yet monumental figure who literally redefined Frankish kingship with a PayPal blessing and a well-placed question, perfectly illustrates how perversion can be a driving force for revolutionary change, even if it involves seizing power through unprecedented means. His story reminds us that an intense personal ambition, especially when fueled by a need to prove oneself, can reshape an entire continent. It's like a highly successful underdog story, but instead of winning a championship, he overthrows a dynasty. Now, let's travel to the kingdom of France again, to a king whose perversions were less about political machinations or physical prowess, and more about a profound and almost pathological obsession with money, a cold disregard for human life, and a chilling, almost bureaucratic approach to extracting wealth. We're talking about Philip IV of France, known as Philip the Fair, Philippe le Bel, who reigned from 1285 to 1314. His reign was a period of consolidation of royal power, but also one of unprecedented financial exploitation and notorious acts of state-sanctioned cruelty. Philip's perversion was not sensual indulgence or personal brutality for pleasure, but a relentless, almost clinical, avarice. He was deeply pious on the surface, funding cathedrals and crusades, but his actions revealed a chilling pragmatism when it came to filling his coffers. His beautiful features earned him his nickname, but beneath the fair exterior lay a mind utterly consumed by the pursuit of wealth and power, regardless of the human cost. His most striking perversion was his systematic and brutal exploitation of various groups to extract money for his endless wars and lavish court. He repeatedly debased the coinage, reducing the amount of precious metal in coins, effectively taxing everyone through inflation, seized the assets of Italian bankers, and, most infamously, expelled the Jews from France in 1306, confiscating all their property. It wasn't just common royal taxation. It was a series of orchestrated financial purges, a perversion of his duty to protect all his subjects, instead treating them as mere sources of revenue to be squeezed dry. Imagine a modern government that, needing funds, just decides to confiscate the wealth of an entire ethnic group, then blames them for the economy. That was Philip's playbook, but Philip's avarice reached its most notorious extreme with his persecution of the Knights Templar. The Templars, a wealthy and powerful military order, held vast lands and treasures across Europe. Philip, deeply in debt to them and coveting their assets, launched a coordinated campaign against them in 1307. He accused them of heresy, idolatry, sodomy, and a host of other outrageous crimes. Templars across France were arrested simultaneously, tortured into false confessions, and many were burned at the stake. This was a naked power grab, a perversion of justice and religious authority, driven solely by financial desperation and a desire to eliminate a powerful, independent institution. It's like a medieval, corporate hostile takeover, but instead of stock market manipulation, it involves thumbscrews and burning at the stake. A particularly quirky, yet chilling, detail about Philip the Fair was his almost unsettling silence. He was known for being taciturn and reserved, rarely speaking and often communicating through terse notes or his ruthless, highly efficient ministers like Guillaume de Naugeret. This inscrutability made him a terrifying figure, as no one truly knew what he was thinking, only that his decisions were often brutal and final. He was the kind of king who spoke softly, but carried a very big, very sharp sword, and wasn't afraid to use it. Historians still widely debate whether his actions were purely driven by greed or he genuinely believed the Templars were a threat. But the prevailing view is that financial desperation was his primary motivator. One specific fringe tidbit about Philip was his alleged interest in alchemy, not for philosophical or scientific reasons like Frederick II, but purely as a means to create gold. He reportedly funded alchemists, hoping they could magically solve his financial woes. This desperate search for a quick fix, even in pseudoscience, highlights his profound and consuming obsession with wealth. Philip IV was a king whose perversions were born from a cold, calculating mind, utterly dedicated to enhancing royal power and filling his treasury, even if it meant betraying allies, persecuting minorities, and destroying a venerable institution. He was the epitome of a ruthless pragmatist, a king who made you wonder if beauty could truly hide such a dark heart. You definitely wouldn't want to owe him money. The chilling silence of Philip the Fair, a king whose beautiful exterior masked a relentless and utterly ruthless pursuit of wealth and power, serves as a grim example of how perversion can be a cold, calculated strategy. His story reminds us that not all monsters roar. Some simply watch, calculate, and then orchestrate widespread destruction with a quiet, terrifying efficiency. It's like a medieval accountant who moonlights as a supervillain, but instead of blowing up banks, he just legally or illegally empties them now. Let's journey to the Kingdom of England, to a figure whose perversions were less about political machinations or financial exploitation, and more about an almost complete lack of self-control, a notorious penchant for debauchery, and a general moral depravity that shocked even his rough-and-tumble contemporaries. We're talking about William II of England, also known as William Rufus the Red, who reigned from 1087 to 1100. He was the son of William the Conqueror, a strong and formidable ruler, making Rufus's scandalous reign all the more striking. Rufus's perversion was primarily his open and unrepentant pursuit of hedonism, combined with a profound disrespect for the church and traditional morality. He was known for his flamboyant lifestyle, his extravagant tastes, and his notorious personal habits, which quickly earned him a reputation as a tyrannical and immoral ruler. His most striking perversion was his open debauchery and alleged homosexuality. While the term homosexuality is a modern construct and medieval sources are naturally oblique, many chroniclers from the time heavily implied or openly criticized Rufus for his preferences for young men and his general disregard for women. He never married and had no legitimate children, a significant perversion for a king whose primary duty was to secure the succession. His court was reportedly filled with effeminate young men, long-haired and loose, dressed in scandalous clothing, leading to widespread gossip and condemnation from the church. Imagine a king who not only breaks all the social norms, but flaunts it in front of a deeply conservative society. That was Rufus beyond his sexual conduct. Rufus also had a profound perversion when it came to his relationship with the church. He was notoriously irreligious and rapacious, exploiting ecclesiastical vacancies to enrich himself. When a bishopric or abbey became vacant, he would often refuse to appoint a successor for years, instead seizing the revenues for the royal treasury. This was a systematic perversion of church administration, effectively turning religious offices into sources of royal income. He famously clashed with Archbishop Anselm of Canterbury, one of the most respected churchmen of his age, driving him into exile. His blatant disregard for the spiritual well-being of his kingdom and his open contempt for religious authority deeply offended his contemporaries. A quirky yet darker detail about William Rufus was his love for extravagant and often outlandish fashion. He and his courtiers were known for their long, effeminate hairstyles, which the church condemned, their pointed shoes, the pelanes, and their brightly colored, elaborate clothing. This wasn't just about personal taste. It was a deliberate statement of defiance against traditional norms. Another way, Rufus flaunted his perversions and asserted his individual will. Historians still widely debate the precise nature of his sexuality, but it's clear his perversion was less about a single vice and more about a general, defiant rejection of societal and religious expectations. One specific fringe tidbit about William Rufus was his alleged practice of demanding payment from priests for permission to marry or keep their concubines. In an era when celibacy was increasingly enforced for clergy, but often ignored, Rufus saw an opportunity to profit from clerical indiscretions. This cynical exploitation of both religious law and human weakness further cemented his reputation as a perverted and irreligious ruler. He was, in essence, running a protection racket for sin. William II's reign was short, but it left a lasting legacy of scandal and moral outrage. He was a king who ruled by whim, openly mocked piety, and indulged his appetites without restraint, creating a court that was seen by many as a den of iniquity. His mysterious death while hunting in the New Forest often believed to be an assassination, though official accounts blamed an accident was seen by many as divine retribution for his perverted reign. He was the kind of king who made his own father, William the Conqueror, look like a saint. You definitely would not have wanted to be a moral compass in his court. The story of William Rufus, the flamboyant, irreligious king who seemed to delight in flouting every social and moral norm, leaves us with a potent image of perversion as a defiant, almost performative rejection of established order. He was the kind of ruler who seemed to revel in shocking his subjects, proving that sometimes the most disruptive force isn't political upheaval, but a king who simply refuses to behave. And for a man who seemed to court scandal, his sudden, mysterious death felt almost perfectly, poetically fitting. Now, let's venture to the rugged, often battle-scarred lands of Wallachia, a principality in what is now Romania, caught between the encroaching Ottoman Empire and ambitious European powers. Here we encounter a figure whose perversions were so infamous, so utterly terrifying, that his very name became synonymous with horror, inspiring the legend of Dracula. We're talking about Vlad III Dracula, also known as Vlad Capek, Vlad the Impaler, who reigned on and off in the mid-15th century, 1448, 1456 to 1462, and 1475 to 1476, while perhaps at the very tail end of what some might consider the medieval period. His methods and mindset are deeply rooted in its brutal realities. Vlad's perversion was less about personal debauchery or financial greed, and more about a chillingly systematic, almost artistic, use of terror as a tool of governance and warfare. He believed in absolute obedience and order, and he enforced it with a brutality that shocked even his contemporaries. He was a deeply religious man, fighting what he saw as a holy war against the Ottoman Turks, yet his methods were anything but saintly. His most striking perversion was, of course, his preferred method of execution, impalement. This wasn't just a punishment. It was a psychological weapon, a grotesque public spectacle designed to instill paralyzing fear. Victims, whether criminals, rebellious boyards, or Ottoman prisoners, would be slowly impaled on sharpened wooden stakes, left to die over agonizing hours or even days. He would sometimes arrange entire forests of impaled bodies outside his capital, Targovect, as a deterrent to invaders and a grim warning to his own subjects. Imagine arriving at a new city, hoping for a warm welcome, only to be greeted by a grotesque display of hundreds, even thousands, of dying people on spikes. Not exactly a welcoming committee. This wasn't random violence. It was calculated. Vlad used impalement to enforce order, eliminate corruption, and terrorize anyone who might oppose him. He famously invited the poor and infirm of Wallachia to a great feast, promising them a solution to their suffering. Once they had gathered and eaten, he had the hall boarded up and set on fire, freeing them from their earthly misery. This act, whether literally true or an exaggeration by his enemies, illustrates his twisted logic and his belief that he had a divine right to mete out such justice. A particularly chilling yet quirky detail about Vlad was his alleged habit of dining amongst his impaled victims. Stories again, possibly exaggerated by his enemies, but contributing to his legend claim that he would enjoy his meals in the shadow of the impaled, seemingly unfazed by the groans of the dying or the macabre spectacle. This speaks to a profound psychological detachment, a king so consumed by his mission that human suffering became mere background noise. Historians still widely debate whether Vlad was a psychopathic tyrant or a ruthless patriot, whose extreme methods were necessary to preserve his small nation against a formidable empire. One specific fringe tidbit about Vlad III was his fascination with maintaining an almost absolute silence in his court. He reportedly hated noise and chatter, and his courtiers, terrified of offending him, would often communicate in hushed whispers. This enforced quietude in a court where impalement was a regular threat created an atmosphere of pervasive dread, a subtle perversion of a lively court into a place of suffocating fear. This terrifying silence, broken only by the king's commands or the distant cries of his victims, would have been a constant, oppressive presence. Vlad III Dracula stands as one of history's most terrifying examples of a perverted king, a ruler who weaponized fear and cruelty on an unprecedented scale, transforming the very concept of justice into an instrument of horrific retribution. He was a king who literally built his kingdom on the suffering of his enemies and his own people, creating a legacy of terror that continues to haunt us centuries later. You can practically feel the prickle of fear on the back of your neck just thinking about him, Vlad the Impaler, the terrifying figure who dined among his impaled victims and ruled through an almost artistic application of horror. Undeniably set a high bar for royal perversion. His story is a chilling reminder that sometimes a line between desperate pragmatism and outright psychopathy becomes terrifyingly blurred, leaving behind a legacy of unspeakable dread. You can practically feel the goosebumps just thinking about the forests he cultivated. Now, let's journey back to the Byzantine Empire for perhaps one of the most uniquely unsettling examples of a perverted emperor. It's a strange blend of religious fanaticism, misogyny, and almost pathological obsession with theological purity led him to grotesque acts of physical mutilation and widespread destruction of art. We're talking about Leo III, the Isaurian, who reigned from 717 to 741. While highly effective as a military leader who saved Constantinople from an Arab siege, his controversial religious policies reveal deep perversion of imperial authority. Leo's perversion wasn't about personal vices in the traditional sense, but about his zealous, almost monomaniacal focus on eradicating what he saw as idolatry within the church. He initiated the period of iconoclasm, the destruction of religious images, icons, tweeting them to be idolatrous and a source of God's displeasure. This wasn't just a theological dispute, it was an imperial decree enforced with chilling brutality, a massive perversion of cultural and artistic expression. His most striking perversion was his systematic destruction of icons. He ordered the removal and smashing of religious images from churches, monasteries, and public spaces throughout the empire. Monks and nuns who resisted were persecuted, tortured, and even killed. This wasn't just a policy, it was a crusade against religious art, the king wielding his absolute power to dictate the very form of worship and to dismantle centuries of artistic tradition. Imagine a modern leader who decides all public art is evil and proceeds to destroy every museum and sculpture in the country, punishing anyone who disagrees. That was Leo's iconoclastic fervor. Beyond the destruction of art, Leo's perversion also extended to his treatment of women. He was notoriously misogynistic, viewing women, particularly those involved in monastic life or who were prominent iconophiles, supporters of icons, suspicion and contempt. He saw their devotion to icons as a particular form of irrationality and emotionalism. This deeply ingrained prejudice fueled his persecution of many pious women, perversion of any king's duty to protect all his subjects, regardless of gender or religious practice. A particularly quirky, yet dark, detail about Leo III was his alleged use of divine signs to justify his iconoclastic policies. He believed that the great eruption of the volcano on Santorini in 726 was a sign of God's wrath against the idolatry of icon worship, and he used such natural disasters as justification for his decrees. His belief in direct divine communication, and his interpretation of it to justify extreme actions, speaks to a deeply rigid and self-righteous mindset. Historians still widely debate the precise theological motivations behind iconoclasm, whether it was a genuine religious reform, a political move to curb monastic power, or an influence from Islamic aniconism. One specific fringe tidbit about Leo III was his alleged obsession with uniformity and conformity. He sought to impose a single, unbending vision of orthodoxy on his diverse empire, seeing any deviation, whether in religious practice or cultural expression, as a threat to imperial unity. This desire for absolute control, even over the private, spiritual lives of his subjects, highlights his perversion of individual liberty and diversity. He was the kind of emperor who believed his way was the only way, and he was willing to smash anything and anyone to enforce it. Leo III the Isaurian stands as a chilling example of a perverted king whose zealous pursuit of religious purity transformed him into a destroyer of art and a persecutor of his own people. His reign, while militarily successful, left a lasting legacy of theological division and cultural destruction, demonstrating how a king's convictions, however well-intentioned, could become a profound source of tyranny. He was the kind of emperor who would save you from a foreign invasion, but then burn your favorite paintings. A complex figure, indeed, but one whose methods were undeniably terrible in their application. Leo III, the icon-smashing emperor who believed God spoke to him through volcanoes, presents a truly unique brand of perversion, a zealous conviction that transforms sacred art into idolatry and ruthless governance into divine mandate. His reign reminds us that even good intentions, when filtered through an authoritarian mind, can lead to cultural vandalism and widespread persecution. It's like a highly successful military general who decides to become an art critic, only with the power to destroy everything he doesn't like. Now, let's journey back to the Kingdom of France, to a figure whose perversions were less about political malice or religious zeal, and more about a profoundly self-indulgent nature, a notorious lack of interest in governance, and a peculiar blend of superstition and extreme, almost absurd, personal vanity. We're talking about Louis X of France, known as the Quarreler or the Hutin, meaning mutinous or hot-headed, who reigned from 1314 to 1316. His incredibly short reign was a direct contrast to his father, Philip the Fair, and revealed a monarch whose weaknesses quickly plunged the kingdom into chaos. Louis X inherited the throne from his intensely effective, punctilious father. However, he possessed none of Philip's cold, cunning, or administrative skill. His perversion was primarily his almost complete disinterest in the weighty affairs of state, preferring instead to indulge in personal pleasures, particularly a love for a medieval form of tennis, jeu de paume, and other sports. He was easily bored by statecraft and quick to anger, leading to rash decisions and political instability. Imagine a CEO who just wants to play golf all day and throws tantrums if his favorite snacks aren't available. That was Louis, but with a kingdom. His most striking perversion was his blatant disregard for justice. and his willingness to sell offices and privileges for personal gain, come doing much of his father's centralized administration. He allowed his favorites and various factions to dominate the court, leading to widespread corruption and a general breakdown of order. He would often make decisions based on personal whim or the last person who whispered in his ear, rather than on careful consideration. This perversion of responsible governance quickly alienated the nobility and the common people alike, leading to revolts and a general sense of unease. Louis also displayed a peculiar cruelty, particularly towards his first wife, Margaret of Burgundy. She was implicated in the Tour de Nesle affair, a major royal scandal where she and her two sisters-in-law were accused of adultery with knights of the royal guard. While her sisters-in-law were imprisoned, Margaret was tortured and imprisoned, and later found dead under mysterious circumstances, widely believed to have been murdered on Louis's orders. This swift, brutal, and possibly unjustified elimination of his wife to allow him to remarry and produce an heir reveals a darker, more pragmatic perversion beneath his seemingly lazy exterior. A quirky, yet revealing, detail about Louis X was his alleged obsession with his personal appearance and clothing. Despite his hot-headed nickname, he was surprisingly vain, spending lavishly on elaborate tunics and furs. This vanity, combined with his general ineptitude, made him a figure of ridicule for some chroniclers. Historians still widely debate the true extent of his involvement in the Tour de Nesle affair and the exact circumstances of his first wife's death. But it's clear his personal life was a chaotic mess that bled into his reign. One specific fringe tidbit about Louis X was his alleged belief in the power of astrology and numerology. Even more intensely than many of his contemporaries, he reportedly consulted astrologers for every major decision, from planning military campaigns to even deciding when to take a bath. This reliance on esoteric practices, rather than rational judgment, was another perversion of responsible kingship, demonstrating his inability or unwillingness to engage with the practical realities of governance. This kind of reliance on divination over common sense often led to poor decisions, further destabilizing his already shaky rule. Louis X's incredibly short reign was a chaotic interlude between two much stronger French monarchs, his father and his brother. He was a king whose perversions of laziness, caprice, and a casual cruelty plunged France into immediate turmoil, undoing years of his father's work and highlighting how quickly a kingdom could unravel under an incompetent and indifferent ruler. He was the kind of king who probably spent more time choosing his outfit for the day than he did on state affairs, a dangerous combination for an absolute monarch. You definitely wouldn't want him in charge of your retirement fund or even your dinner reservations. Louis X, the quarreler, with his passion for tennis and his short temper, offers a fascinating glimpse into a king whose perversions were less about grand evil and more about the corrosive effects of sheer incompetence and indifference. His brief, chaotic reign is a stark reminder that sometimes the most damaging force isn't a tyrant's malice, but a monarch's fundamental lack of interest in the job. It's like hiring a world-class chef who only wants to play video games and occasionally burns down the kitchen. Now, let's journey back to the Byzantine Empire for another particularly bizarre and unsettling example of imperial perversion that combines religious obsession, profound psychological instability, and a chilling use of mutilation as a political tool. We're talking about Irene of Athens, who reigned as Empress Regnant from 797 to 802, while technically an empress rather than a king. Her story perfectly encapsulates the themes of unchecked power and extreme perversion within the Byzantine context, especially given her ruthless pursuit of authority. Irene was the wife of Emperor Leo IV and mother of Emperor Constantine VI. After Leo's death, she ruled as regent for her young son. Her initial perversion was her relentless ambition and her willingness to manipulate, betray, and even murder her way to absolute power. even against her own flesh and blood. She was a devout iconophile, a supporter of icons during a period of iconoclasm, and she shrewdly used this religious stance to gain popular support. Her most striking perversion was her brutal treatment of her own son, Constantine VI. As he grew older, Constantine chafed under his mother's regency and sought to assert his own authority. Irene, unwilling to relinquish power, fiercely resisted him. She constantly undermined his position, orchestrated plots against him, and even had him publicly humiliated. But her ultimate act of perversion occurred in 797. She ordered her son to be seized, taken to the Purple Chamber, the imperial birthing room where emperors were born, and there, in the very place of his birth, had his eyes gouged out so brutally that he likely died from the injuries. This wasn't just a political act. It was a deeply symbolic and horrifying perversion of maternal love and dynastic succession. A mother literally blinding her son to seize his throne. Imagine a modern head of state literally blinding their own child to stay in power. It's a level of ruthlessness that chills you to the bone. Beyond this act, Irene's perversion also manifested in her zealous restoration of icon veneration, which she pursued with the same ruthlessness that others pursued iconoclasm. While this was seen as a righteous act by many, her methods were often ruthless, and she used her power to crush any remaining iconoclasts, showing no mercy to those who held differing religious views. This blend of profound religious conviction and extreme cruelty highlights the peculiar contradictions of her reign. A particularly quirky, yet dark, detail about Irene was her alleged use of poison and intrigue to eliminate her rivals throughout her rise to power. She was a master of political maneuvering, playing factions against each other and removing anyone who stood in her way with a cold, calculated efficiency. This wasn't the brute force of a male warrior king, but the subtle, insidious power of poison and conspiracy. Historians still widely debate the true extent of her personal involvement in all the plots and murders that surrounded her, but her reputation as a ruthless schemer is undeniable. One specific fringe tidbit about Irene was her alleged attempts to marry Charlemagne, the powerful Frankish king, in an effort to unite the Eastern and Western Roman empires. While this marriage never materialized, it was proposed, but ultimately rejected, partly due to Byzantine opposition. The very idea of it shows her immense ambition and her willingness to pursue unconventional political alliances to consolidate her power, even if it meant potentially blurring the lines of imperial identity. Irene of Athens stands as a formidable and terrifying example of a perverted ruler, a woman whose insatiable lust for power led her to commit acts of unspeakable brutality, including the blinding and murder of her own son. Her reign demonstrates how power in the hands of a truly ruthless individual could corrupt completely, transforming even the most sacred bonds into mere stepping stones to the throne. She was the kind of empress who proved that sometimes the most dangerous person in the room is the one who smiles sweetly while holding a political dagger behind her back. You definitely wouldn't want to be on her family tree if you were also a male heir. Irene of Athens, the empress who literally blinded her own son in the purple birthing chamber to seize his throne, offers a chilling, unforgettable image of perversion as an unquenchable thirst for power, regardless of the cost to family or morality. Her story reminds us that the pursuit of absolute rule could be a family affair, a horrifying Game of Thrones where the stakes were blindingly high. You can almost feel the Byzantine court holding its breath, terrified of falling into her orbit. Let's now journey to the powerful and sprawling lands of the Holy Roman Empire once more, to a figure whose perversions were less about open cruelty or grand-scale paranoia, and more about a profound, almost childlike obsession with grand spectacles, an astonishing lack of political realism, and a complete disregard for the financial well-being of his subjects. We're talking about Maximilian, the first Holy Roman Emperor, who reigned from 1493 to 1519, while straddling the very end of the medieval period and the dawn of the Renaissance. His reign perfectly encapsulates the transition of royal power into a realm of performative perversion. Maximilian's perversion was not sensual indulgence or personal brutality, but an almost pathological dedication to chivalric fantasy, lavish pageantry, and ambitious, yet often disastrous, foreign policy, all conducted with a complete disregard for the financial realities of his empire. He styled himself the Last Knight, a romantic idealist, dreaming of a bygone era of chivalry. Even as gunpowder in nascent nation-states were rapidly changing the face of warfare and politics, his most striking perversion was his relentless pursuit of grandiose, often unattainable goals, fueled by an almost childlike enthusiasm. He constantly embarked on ambitious military campaigns that he rarely had the funds to finish, earning him the nickname Paxado Max due to his constant need for more money and supplies. He dreamed of crusades against the Turks, of regaining Burgundy, and even of becoming Pope. Yes, quote, the Holy Roman Emperor becoming Pope. This wasn't just ambition, quote, it was a perversion of pragmatic statesmanship, a ruler lost in a fantasy world of heroic quests while his subjects groaned under the weight of his endless demands for money. Imagine a modern head of state who spends all their time planning elaborate LARP events instead of, governing. That was Maximilian. Maximilian also had a profound perversion for self-promotion and propaganda. He commissioned lavish, autobiographical works like Die Word Dank and Weisskönig that romanticized his life and achievements, creating a highly idealized image of himself as the perfect knight. He was a master of the newly emerging printing press, using it to disseminate his image and his heroic narrative across Europe. This wasn't just about good PR. It was a deep dive into an almost narcissistic self-creation, a king crafting his own myth, often at great expense. A particularly quirky, yet endearing, detail about Maximilian the First was his genuine fascination with technology and innovation. Despite his last knight persona, he was incredibly forward-thinking in military technology, championing the use of handguns and artillery. He designed new types of armor, siege engines, and even flying machines, though those never quite got off the ground. This blend of archaic chivalry and cutting-edge innovation makes him a truly unique, perverted king. Historians still widely debate whether his grand visions were truly detrimental to the empire, or if they laid some groundwork for future Habsburg greatness despite his financial failures. One specific fringe tidbit about Maximilian the First was his alleged practice of carrying his own coffin with him on his travels, or at least having it constructed and kept ready. He was famously preoccupied with his own death and meticulously planned his burial, even insisting on being buried beneath the altar of the castle church in Wiener Neustadt in a special kneeling position. This morbid fixation, while perhaps born of piety, also speaks to a profound self-awareness and a desire to control even his own posthumous image. A final perversion of royal self-promotion. Maximilian I stands as a peculiar example of a perverted king, a romantic dreamer whose visions were too grand for his treasury and too anachronistic for his time. He was a king who preferred the glory of the jousting arena to the mundane realities of governance, leaving a legacy of spectacular but ultimately unfulfilled ambition. He was the kind of ruler who would throw an amazing party but expect you to pay for it for the next decade. He might have been the last knight, but he certainly wasn't the last king to spend too much and dream too big. Maximilian I, the last knight who lugged his own coffin around and dreamed of crusades he couldn't afford, offers a rather theatrical brand of perversion, a monarch so deeply enamored with his own romanticized image that it overshadowed the practicalities of governing. His story reminds us that sometimes the greatest perversions aren't acts of malice, but simply an almost fantastical detachment from reality. It's like a CEO who spends all their time writing a heroic autobiography, completely forgetting to actually run the company. Now, let's journey to the heart of Europe again, to the Kingdom of Germany, and to a figure whose perversions were less about political manipulation or grand dreams, and more about a profoundly unstable personality, a chilling vindictiveness, and a truly unsettling penchant for betrayal, even against his closest allies. We're talking about Henry the Lion, Duke of Saxony and Bavaria, who lived from 1129 31st to 1195, while never a king or emperor. Henry was one of the most powerful princes in the Holy Roman Empire, a man whose ambition and ruthlessness effectively made him a monarch in his own right, and whose perversions had massive repercussions for the entire empire. Henry the Lion was a member of the powerful Welf dynasty, a rival to the Hohenstaufen emperors. His perversion was primarily his insatiable territorial ambition and his readiness to betray even his staunchest allies, most notably Emperor Frederick I Barbarossa, when it served his own interests. He was a brilliant military commander and administrator, but his loyalty was always conditional, a chillingly pragmatic approach to power. His most striking perversion was his betrayal of Frederick Barbarossa during the critical Italian campaign of 1176. Barbarossa desperately needed Henry's formidable forces for the Battle of Lignano against the Lombard League. Henry, however, refused to provide aid, ostensibly due to a personal dispute or a desire to weaken the emperor, seeing it as an opportunity to gain more power for himself. Barbarossa suffered a devastating defeat, a direct consequence of Henry's treachery. This act of calculated betrayal, a powerful vassal deliberately undermining his liege lord in a moment of existential crisis, was a profound perversion of feudal loyalty and a shock to the political order of the empire. Imagine a CEO's most trusted and powerful regional manager refusing to support a critical company-wide initiative, just to watch the CEO stumble and seize more power for themselves. Beyond this grand betrayal, Henry also displayed a notable perversion in his approach to justice within his own vast duchies. While often praised for bringing a measure of order and development to his lands, particularly in eastern Germany, colonizing Slavic lands, he also ruled with a heavy hand, brutally suppressing any dissent or resistance. He was known for his systematic destruction of towns and castles that opposed him, leaving a trail of desolation in his wake. This ruthless enforcement of his will, often disproportionate to the offense, highlights his capacity for cruelty. Quirky, yet darker detail about Henry the Lion was his particular fascination with the city of Braunschweig, which he greatly expanded and adorned. He built the Brunswick Lion, a bronze statue of a lion in front of his castle, a powerful symbol of his own strength and dominance, even over the emperor. He saw himself as the true ruler of the north, and his loyalty to Brunswick often outweighed his loyalty to the empire. This regional pride, while understandable, became a perversion when it consistently undermined imperial unity. Historians still widely debate the true motivations behind his betrayal of Barbarossa, whether it was a deliberate move towards German separatism or a result of ongoing personal grievances. One specific fringe tidbit about Henry the Lion was his alleged desire to establish his own independent kingdom, completely free from imperial authority. While this was a dream many powerful princes harbored, Henry's consistent actions, his vast landholdings, and his independent foreign policy, especially his marriage to Matilda, daughter of King Henry II of England, demonstrated a profound perversion of the established feudal hierarchy. He was a prince who believed he was a king and acted accordingly. Henry the Lion was ultimately stripped of most of his lands and exiled by Barbarossa after a protracted struggle. a testament to the emperor's ability to eventually reassert control. But his perversions of loyalty and his relentless pursuit of personal power left a lasting mark on the Holy Roman Empire, contributing to its ongoing fragmentation. He was the kind of powerful figure who could make a great ally, but an even greater and more dangerous enemy. You'd want him on your side, but you'd definitely sleep with one eye open. Henry the Lion, the ambitious Saxon duke whose calculated treachery shook the Holy Roman Empire, leaves us with a potent image of perversion as a cold, strategic dismantling of loyalty for personal gain. He was the kind of powerful figure who proved that you could be a great builder and administrator, yet still be a monumental headache for anyone daring to stand in your way. And honestly, if your loyalty came with that kind of price tag, you might as well just invest in a very strong castle. Now, let's shift our gaze to the unified but volatile Scandinavian kingdoms, specifically to a king whose perversions were a peculiar blend of progressive yet ruthless rule, combined with an intense and politically destabilizing personal attachment to commoners, and a chilling use of terror to assert his will. We're talking about Christian II of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, who reigned from 1513 to 1523. His reign, straddling the late medieval and early modern periods, was marked by grand ambitions for a unified Scandinavia, but also by a catastrophic inability to compromise and a deep-seated suspicion of the nobility, often leading to bloody consequences. Christian's perversion wasn't about sexual debauchery in the classical sense, but rather his radical defiance of traditional social hierarchies stemming from his profound distrust of the aristocratic elite. He genuinely sought to improve the lives of common people and burgesses, enacting reforms that were centuries ahead of their time. But he often did so by brutally crushing any noble or ecclesiastical opposition. His most striking perversion was his intense and all-consuming devotion to his mistress, de Vicky Sigbrit's daughter, a Dutch commoner, and even more significantly, to her mother, Sigbrit Willems. Divaki was Christian's beloved companion, and after her mysterious death, possibly from poison, though historians still widely debate whether this was accidental or a targeted attack by noble conspirators, her mother, Sigbrit, became the king's indispensable chief advisor, effectively running the kingdom's finances and administration. This was a massive perversion of royal protocol, a king relying not on his noble council or the established bureaucracy, but on a commoner, a woman, who had no traditional place in the political hierarchy. Imagine a modern head of state who puts their housekeeper in charge of the national budget and gives them complete, unquestioning authority. The nobility, as you can imagine, were absolutely furious and deeply humiliated. This reliance on Sigbrit often led to incredibly harsh financial policies. She introduced new taxes, debased the coinage, and relentlessly pursued financial efficiency, often at the expense of the nobility and the church. Her ruthless methods, combined with her unconventional position, made her widely hated and led to accusations of witchcraft and sorcery against her. A common fringe tidbit thrown at powerful, unconventional women in this era. Christian's perversion also manifested in his chillingly pragmatic cruelty. The most infamous example is the Stockholm bloodbath in 1520. After conquering Sweden, Christian promised a general amnesty. However, within days, he had dozens of Swedish nobles, bishops, and burgesses arrested and executed, often without trial, for alleged heresy. This was not just a political purge. It was a profound perversion of royal amnesty and a brutal act of terror designed to completely break Swedish resistance and instill absolute fear. Imagine offering a truce, then immediately after, executing everyone who showed up. Exactly. A trust-building exercise. A quirky detail about Christian II was his genuine interest in improving the welfare of the poor and the legal system. He introduced a new land law, trying to prevent nobles from seizing peasant lands, and even published a simplified law code in Danish. This progressive streak, combined with his savage brutality, creates a fascinating, almost schizophrenic portrait of a king. He wanted to be a benevolent reformer, but he was willing to wade through rivers of blood to get there. Christian II was ultimately overthrown by a coalition of disaffected nobles and exiled. His perversions of relying on commoners, his financial ruthlessness, and his catastrophic acts of terror completely alienated his powerful subjects and led to the permanent dissolution of the Kalmar Union. The unified Scandinavian kingdom he so desperately wanted to secure. He was a king who could see the future of good governance, but simply lacked the political finesse and the basic human decency to get there without leaving a trail of bodies and a mountain of resentment. You might admire his vision, but you'd certainly never, ever turn your back on him. Christian II, the reform-minded king who relied on his commoner mistress's mother for advice and orchestrated the Stockholm bloodbath, presents a fascinating, albeit terrifying, blend of progressive vision and utterly ruthless perversion. His story reminds us that even when a monarch attempts to break tradition for the perceived good of the common people, the means used can be profoundly shocking and ultimately self-defeating. It's like a CEO who has revolutionary ideas for a company, culture, but achieves them by summarily firing half the staff, replacing them with their personal trainers. Now, let's journey back to the very heart of the Holy Roman Empire, to a figure whose perversions were less about political malice or personal debauchery, and more about a profound, almost debilitating indecisiveness, chronic inability to assert authority, and a pervasive atmosphere of weak governance that ultimately led to widespread chaos and corruption. We're talking about Louis the Pious, who reigned as Holy Roman Emperor from 814 to 840. He was the only surviving son of Charlemagne, inheriting a vast and powerful empire, but he largely failed to maintain his father's legacy, becoming known for his devoutness, yes, but also for his weakness. Louis the Pious's perversion was primarily his lack of political will and his inability to control his ambitious sons, who constantly rebelled against him and quarreled amongst themselves over the inheritance of the empire. He was deeply religious, earning him his epithet, haughty, often translated into political naivete and a profound aversion to confrontation. Imagine a highly spiritual CEO who is so conflict-averse that their company slowly disintegrates due to infighting among their children. That was Louis's imperial reign. His most striking perversion was his repeated, almost ritualistic, public penances and confessions of sin. While seemingly humble and devout, these acts often undermined his imperial authority, especially when forced upon him by his rebellious sons or zealous bishops. After one particularly humiliating rebellion, he was forced to strip naked in a church, confess his sins, and renounce his worldly power, only to be restored to it later. These public displays of weakness, however sincere spiritually, were a perversion of the imperial image, designed to project unshakable divine right and absolute authority. It's like a modern head of state publicly weeping and confessing their every minor sin on national television every few months. It might show vulnerability, but it certainly doesn't inspire confidence. Louis also displayed a profound perversion. In his attempts to divide his empire among his sons, he constantly changed his mind, redividing the lands, disinheriting one son to favor another, and then reversing himself again. This indecisiveness fueled endless power struggles and civil wars, ultimately leading to the Treaty of Verdun in 843, shortly after his death, which permanently split the Carolingian Empire into three parts, laying the groundwork for modern France, Germany, and Italy. His perversion here was his inability to make a stable, lasting decision for the future of his realm, allowing his paternal affections and theological scruples to override practical statesmanship. A quirky, yet sad detail about Louis the Pious was his love for elaborate liturgical ceremonies and religious scholarship, mirroring his father's intellectual interests, but often without the same practical application. He was a keen theologian and patron of monasteries, but these pursuits often distracted him from the political realities of his vast and fractious empire. This intellectual and spiritual focus, while admirable in itself, became a perversion when it superseded the need for decisive governance. Historians still widely debate whether his reign was a tragic failure of leadership or an inevitable decline of the Carolingian Empire due to its sheer size and internal contradictions. One specific fringe tidbit about Louis the Pious was his alleged habit of issuing empty threats. He would make grand pronouncements and threats against his rebellious sons or defiant nobles, only to back down or fail to follow through when confronted. This consistent lack of resolve further eroded his authority and solidified his reputation as an indecisive ruler. Louis the Pious stands as a compelling example of a perverted king whose devoutness and personal weakness, rather than malice, gradually undermined the greatest empire in Western Europe. He was a king who meant well, but whose good intentions paved the road to imperial fragmentation. You'd want him as your spiritual advisor, but never, ever as your crisis manager. Louis the Pious, the well-meaning but utterly indecisive emperor who watched his vast inheritance crumble, offers a unique take on royal perversion. The slow, painful dissolution of an empire, not through active malice, but through a profound lack of backbone. His reign reminds us that sometimes the greatest threats to stability aren't external invaders, but a leader who simply can't make up their mind. You can almost hear the collective groans of his advisors every time he decided to rethink the division of the empire down. Let's journey to the Kingdom of England once more, to a figure whose perversions were less about grand political failures or personal depravity, and more about a chilling, almost methodical approach to justice, a profound suspicion of his own family, and a deeply unsettling personal character that bordered on the cruel. We're talking about Henry I of England, who reigned from 1100 to 1135, known as Beauclerk, fine scholar for his education. Henry was a brilliant administrator and a shrewd politician, but his pursuit of power was often accompanied by acts of chilling ruthlessness. Henry I's perversion wasn't excessive indulgence, but rather his cold, calculating approach to eliminating rivals and consolidating power, often through acts that were considered unusually harsh, even for the brutal realities of the 12th century. He had seized the throne from his elder brother, Robert Curthose, Duke of Normandy, by acting quickly upon the death of their brother, William Rufus. His most striking perversion was his treatment of Robert Curthose. After defeating Robert at the Battle of Tinchebray in 1106, Henry didn't kill his brother, which was common. Instead, he imprisoned him for the rest of his life, a period of 28 years. This was an exceptionally cruel and prolonged punishment designed to ensure Robert could never again challenge him. Chronicles suggest Robert was kept in a relative comfort for a time, but later accounts speak of him being blinded, though this is debated. Regardless, this lifelong imprisonment of a direct blood relative and his total removal from public life was a chilling perversion of fraternal bonds and a stark display of Henry's ruthless desire for absolute control. Imagine a modern leader who defeats a political rival and then imprisons them for 3 decades to prevent any future challenge. Henry also displayed a profound perversion in his approach to justice for others. While he famously reformed the legal system, making it more efficient, he was also known for administering justice with a heavy, sometimes arbitrary, hand. He was particularly harsh on those who offended his sense of order or tried to challenge his authority. There are accounts of him ordering severe mutilations, blinding, castration for seemingly minor offenses, designed to instill terror and deter future wrongdoing. This wasn't just justice. It was a form of exemplary punishment, a king using his absolute power to send a very clear, very bloody message, a quirky, yet darker detail about Henry I was his alleged fascination with exotic animals. He maintained a royal menagerie at his palace in Woodstock, which included lions, leopards, camels, and even a porcupine. This wasn't just about entertainment, it was a display of wealth and power, a king demonstrating his control over the wild and the distant. However, it also speaks to a peculiar personal interest, perhaps a solitary one, for a man who seemed to keep even his closest advisors at a distance. Historians still widely debate the true extent of his ruthlessness, with some arguing that his severity was necessary to bring order after the chaotic reign of Rufus. One specific French tidbit about Henry I was his alleged personal involvement in the execution of the Malavel family in 1124. After some members of this Norman family committed particularly heinous acts against royal officials, Henry reportedly ordered all members of the family, men, women, and children, to be blinded, and the men castrated. This collective punishment, extending to innocent family members, was seen as an extreme act of perversion of justice, demonstrating a vengeful streak that went beyond the norm. Henry I stands as a complex example of a perverted king, a brilliant and effective ruler whose pursuit of order and stability was often colored by a chilling ruthlessness and a willingness to inflict disproportionate suffering. He was a king who could bring peace and prosperity, but at a very high personal cost for those who stood in his way, particularly his own family. You'd appreciate his efficiency, but you'd certainly never, ever cross him. Henry I, Beauclerc, the learned king who imprisoned his brother for decades and ruled with an iron, sometimes brutal, hand, leaves us with a chilling portrait of perversion, as calculated, almost clinical, ruthlessness. His story reminds us that order and stability in the medieval world sometimes came at a very high price, paid in the shattered lives of those who dared to stand against the throne. It's like a highly successful but utterly unsentimental CEO who will cut off their own limb if it means company hits its quarterly targets. Now, let's journey to the exotic and powerful Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt, a realm that, while not strictly European medieval in the sense of our other examples, offers a fascinating non-Western perspective on unchecked royal power and its perversions that directly interacted with the Crusader states and European trade. We're talking about Al-Zahir Saif ad-Din Barku reigned, with an interruption from 1382 to 1399. Barku was unique as the first Circassian Mamluk Sultan, rising from humble origins to seize the throne, and his reign was marked by immense political intrigue, ruthless consolidation of power, and often profound personal excesses. Barku's perversion wasn't about a single vice, but a pervasive atmosphere of fear, suspicion, and a chillingly pragmatic approach to eliminating rivals, combined with a notorious love for personal luxury and a particular fascination with acquiring the most beautiful and exotic slaves. As a Mamluk, he was originally a slave himself, trained as a soldier, and his rise to power was a testament to his sheer cunning and ambition. His most striking perversion was his relentless and brutal suppression of dissent and his systematic elimination of any potential threats to his power, particularly among the powerful Mamluk emirs commanders. He mastered the art of playing factions against each other, then swiftly moving to imprison, torture, or execute those who proved too ambitious or disloyal. He developed a reputation for breaking his word and for using false promises of amnesty to lure his enemies into traps, then executing them without mercy. This wasn't just political struggle, it was a chilling, almost Machiavellian perversion of trust and honorable conduct in governance. Imagine a modern leader who constantly promises peace deals, then immediately arrests or kills everyone who shows up to sign them. Not exactly a trustworthy negotiator. Barku also displayed a profound perversion in his personal indulgence. Despite the frequent financial crises of the Sultanate, he maintained a lavish court, spending immense sums on luxurious clothes, exotic foods, and elaborate entertainments. He was particularly known for his extensive collection of beautiful female and male slaves, whom he would often shower with gifts and favor, only to discard them just as quickly if they fell out of his favor. This wasn't just common royal opulence. It was an almost insatiable appetite for personal gratification, often at the expense of sound governance. A quirky, yet darker, detail about Barku was his alleged interest in astrology and divination. Similar to other rulers we've discussed, he reportedly consulted astrologers for important decisions, from planning military campaigns to dealing with court intrigues. His reliance on the esoteric, combined with his ruthless pragmatism, creates a fascinating contradiction in his character. Historians still widely debate the precise nature of Mamluk succession and the extent to which Barku's methods were simply a necessary evil in a brutal political system. Versus manifestations of personal pathology. One specific fringe tidbit about Barku was his alleged use of silencers trusted, often mute, executioners who would carry out his secret orders without a trace. This practice, while not unique to the Mamluks, highlights his profound paranoia and his desire for absolute secrecy in his most brutal acts. This perversion of discreet violence ensured that his vengeance was swift and untraceable, leaving his enemies guessing and terrifying his court. Al-Zahir Barku stands as a formidable and unsettling example of a perverted ruler, a man who rose from slavery to absolute power through sheer cunning and a chilling disregard for human life and traditional morality. His reign was a masterclass in calculated terror and personal indulgence, a testament to how utterly power could corrupt in the volatile world of the Mamluk Sultanate. He was the kind of sultan who would offer you a lavish feast, then, subtly, ensure you never left the palace. You definitely wouldn't want to be on his to-do list, or his guest list, for that matter. Al-Zahir Barku, the Mamluk Sultan who rose from slavery to ruthlessly control Egypt through cunning and terror, always seeking new luxuries and beautiful bodies, offers a final, stark example of absolute power's perversion in a non-European context. His reign was a masterclass in calculated cruelty and self-indulgence. It's a brutal testament to how utterly authority could corrupt in the volatile heart of a warrior-ruled empire. You really wouldn't want to get on his to-do list, or his guest list, for that matter. Now, let's journey across the Mediterranean to the grand, yet decaying, court of Spain for a truly heartbreaking and ultimately devastating example of royal perversion. One that wasn't a choice, but a tragic inheritance, woven into the very fabric of a king's being. We're talking about Charles II of Spain, known chillingly as the bewitched El Hechizado, who reigned from 1665 to 1700, while firmly in the early modern period. His story is the ultimate culmination of unchecked dynastic ambition and the perversion of human biology, leading to a king who was a living, breathing symbol of imperial decline. Charles II's perversion was the direct result of centuries of extreme royal inbreeding within the Habsburg dynasty, an obsessive pursuit of pure bloodlines that ultimately led to his profound physical and mental incapacities. He was born an invalid, barely able to speak until he was 4 and walk until he was 8. From birth, he was afflicted with a notorious Habsburg jaw, a severe prognathism that meant his upper and lower teeth couldn't meet, preventing him from chewing food properly and causing him to constantly drool. His tongue was so large it made speech almost incomprehensible. This wasn't a chosen vice, it was a grotesque, genetic perversion that fundamentally undermined his ability to function as a monarch. Imagine the ultimate CEO, whose company is one of the most powerful in the world, but who literally can't eat solid food or speak clearly. Not exactly inspiring confidence in the quarterly earnings call. His physical frailty was matched by his mental incapacities. Charles was intellectually challenged, emotionally unstable, and prone to fits. He was superstitious, believing himself to be bewitched, and spent years undergoing exorcisms and consulting mystics, further highlighting his profound vulnerability and the despair of his court. This belief in being bewitched, a common fringe tidbit surrounding his life, shows how deeply intertwined his personal struggles were with the prevailing superstitions of his era, leading to a perversion of governance where medical or mental health issues were attributed to supernatural forces. His most striking perversion was his inability to produce an heir, a fatal flaw for a king whose primary duty was dynastic continuity. Despite 2 marriages, he remained childless, the final, tragic outcome of generations of consanguineous unions. His death without an heir plunged Europe into the War of the Spanish Succession, one of the most devastating conflicts of the 18th century, directly demonstrating how his personal perversion, in this case, genetic and biological, could ignite a continental inferno. This wasn't a king choosing to ignore his duties. He was literally incapable of fulfilling the most fundamental one. A quirky, yet deeply sad, detail about Charles II was his alleged fascination with viewing the corpses of his deceased ancestors. He reportedly had their coffins opened, staring at their embalmed remains, a macabre ritual that highlights his preoccupation with death and his own precarious existence within a dying dynasty. Historians still widely debate the precise medical conditions that afflicted him, various theories ranging from Klinefelter syndrome to multiple endocrine disorders, but it is clear that his genetic inheritance severely crippled him. 1. Specific fringe tidbit from his infamous autopsy report, which some historians view as more legend than fact, but widely circulated claims that his body was found to be almost devoid of blood, his heart the size of a peppercorn, his lungs corroded, and his brain filled with water, whether literal or symbolic. This description paints a horrifying picture of a body ravaged by generations of genetic purity taken to an extreme. Charles II stands as a profound and tragic example of a perverted king, not by choice or malice, but by the relentless, unforeseen consequences of dynastic ambition. He was a king whose very being was a perversion of royal health and capability, leaving his powerful empire adrift and ultimately sparking a continent-wide war for its spoils. He was the kind of ruler you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy, a living monument to the dangers of genetic hubris. The tragic figure of Charles II of Spain, a king whose very existence was a biological perversion of royal vitality, paints a somber picture of dynastic ambition taken to its most devastating extreme. His story is a powerful, if grim, reminder that the pursuit of pure bloodlines can lead to the most profound and heartbreaking forms of decay, culminating in a living symbol of an empire's decline. You can almost feel the weight of centuries of inbreeding pressing down on his frail shoulders. Now, let's journey back to the opulent, yet increasingly fragile, court of France, but much later than we've been, to a king whose perversions were less about overt cruelty or physical deformity, and more about a profound, almost luxurious idleness, a relentless pursuit of personal pleasure, and a detachment from the realities of governance that ultimately corroded the very foundations of the monarchy. We're talking about Louis XV of France, who reigned from 1715 to 1774. He began his reign as Louis the Beloved, a handsome and promising young monarch, but he famously died deeply unpopular, leaving a legacy of financial woes and public disillusionment that directly paved the way for the French Revolution. Louis XV's perversion was primarily his almost pathological boredom with the affairs of state and his increasing retreat into a world of private amusements and sensual indulgence. He was intelligent enough, but he lacked the drive, discipline, and sustained interest to govern effectively. He preferred hunting, gambling, and the company of his mistresses to the weighty responsibilities of kingship. Imagine a modern head of state who just sends all their calls to voicemail spends most of their time watching reality TV and lets their personal expenses run wild. That was Louis, but with an entire nation depending on him. His most striking perversion was his notorious string of official and unofficial mistresses, most famously Madame de Pompadour and later Madame du Barry. While kings having mistresses was common, Louis XV's relationships became central to the court, wielding immense political influence and draining vast sums from the royal treasury. Madame de Pompadour, in particular, became an unofficial prime minister, advising on appointments, foreign policy, and cultural matters. This perversion of governance, where crucial state decisions were influenced by the king's private affections, rather than by experienced ministers or public need, caused widespread resentment among the old nobility and the common people. But perhaps the most scandalous manifestation of his perversion was the Parc aux Cerfs, Deer Park, a private complex of houses near Versailles that he used as a personal seraglio. Here, he kept a rotating roster of young women, often from humble backgrounds, educating them and providing for them, sometimes even having children with them. This wasn't just common royal philandering. It was an institutionalized system of sexual gratification, blatant perversion of royal decorum and public morality, funded directly by the crown and shrouded in secrecy, though whispers and rumors were rampant throughout Paris. It was less a royal palace and more a royal, very expensive, and very secret private club. A particularly quirky, yet dark detail about Louis XV was his profound shyness and awkwardness, especially in public. Despite being the absolute monarch of France, he was deeply uncomfortable with large crowds and official ceremonies. He rarely spoke, and when he did, it was often in a quiet, almost mumbled tone. This personal insecurity, combined with his love of privacy and secret indulgences, created a stark contrast with the grandiose image of a French king, further alienating him from his people. Historians still widely debate the extent to which his personal character flaws were the primary cause of France's decline, or if they were merely symptoms of deeper structural issues within the ancien regime. One specific French tidbit about Louis XV was his alleged belief in a literal interpretation of the proverb Apres nous, the deluge after us, the flood, attributed to Madame de Pompadour, but supposedly reflecting the king's own fatalistic view. He seemingly recognized that his policies, or lack thereof, were leading France towards disaster, but felt powerless or unwilling to change course. This fatalism, this perversion of a king's duty to plan for the future, speaks volumes about his detachment and his ultimate failure to protect his legacy. Louis XV stands as a compelling example of a perverted king, not through active malice, but through a pervasive, almost luxurious, idleness and a self-indulgent lifestyle that eroded the monarchy's prestige and financial stability. He was a king who pursued private pleasures while his kingdom drifted towards revolution. A clear illustration of how a monarch's personal perversions could ultimately unravel an entire system of governance. You wouldn't want him in charge of your lemonade stand, let alone a global empire on the brink of collapse. Louis XV, the beloved king who preferred the boudoir to the boardroom and whose idleness set the stage for revolution, perfectly illustrates how a monarch's passive perversions could be just as devastating as outright tyranny. His story is a powerful argument for the idea that sometimes the most profound decay comes not from a sudden blow, but from a slow, almost luxurious rot. It's like watching a grand old house crumble, not because of a storm, but because no one ever bothered to fix a leaky faucet. Now, let's journey to the sun-drenched, yet shadow-laden lands of Spain, where a new kind of power was rising, forged in fire and faith, but whose perversions were rooted in an extreme, almost chilling fanaticism and a ruthless pragmatism. We are talking about Ferdinand II of Aragon, one half of the legendary Catholic monarchs, the other being his formidable wife, Isabella I of Castile, who reigned from 1479 to 1516. His reign, undeniably a turning point into the early modern world, showcases a chilling fusion of piety and political ruthlessness that reshaped the continent. Ferdinand's perversion wasn't personal debauchery or physical defect. Instead, it was a profound, almost clinical, approach to religious intolerance, viewing faith not just as a spiritual path, but as the ultimate tool for consolidating royal power and enriching the crown. He was a master politician, cunning and utterly devoid of scruples, whose fair exterior and pious pronouncements often masked an iron will and a cold, calculating mind. His most striking perversion was his embrace and weaponization of the Spanish Inquisition. While Isabella was a devout supporter, Ferdinand saw the Inquisition as an incredibly effective instrument for both religious purity and state control. He used it to enforce religious conformity, rooting out suspected heretics, conversos, Jews, who had converted to Christianity, and later Morisco's Muslims, who had converted. Imagine a state agency with unlimited power, answerable only to the crown, that could arrest, torture, and execute anyone based on suspicion of incorrect thoughts or beliefs, and then seize all their property. That was the Inquisition under Ferdinand, a profound perversion of Christian charity into a state terror apparatus. This wasn't just about saving souls, it was about crushing dissent, centralizing authority, and, crucially, filling the royal coffers with the confiscated wealth of the condemned. This zeal for purity, combined with a hunger for wealth, led to another massive perversion of justice: the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492. On the very same year that Columbus sailed, Ferdinand and Isabella issued the Alhambra Decree, forcing hundreds of thousands of Jews to either convert to Catholicism or leave Spain, leaving behind virtually all their property. This was not just a religious act. It was an economic windfall for the crown, a systematic perversion of religious decree into blatant ethnic cleansing and state-sanctioned theft. They did it again with the expulsion of the Moriscos decades later. It's like a government solving its financial problems by simply exiling entire segments of its population and taking everything they own. Efficient, perhaps, but profoundly inhumane. A particularly quirky, yet dark, detail about Ferdinand II was his personal frugality. Despite his immense wealth and the vast sums he extracted through the Inquisition and expulsions, he lived a relatively modest personal life, unlike many of the lavish kings we've discussed. He preferred practical clothes to opulent robes and was known for his sharp financial acumen. This personal austerity, combined with his ruthless pursuit of national wealth, makes him a perplexing figure. He was willing to strip others bare, but rarely indulged himself, almost as if the acquisition of power and wealth was the game itself, not the means to personal luxury. Historians still widely debate the true motivations behind these policies. Was it genuine religious fervor, a calculated political strategy to unify a disparate kingdom, or primarily an economic move to enrich the crown and weaken powerful rivals? It's likely a complex mix of all three. One specific fringe tidbit about Ferdinand II was his alleged fascination with cartography and exploration. Kiev, even beyond Columbus's famous voyage, he avidly collected maps and accounts of new lands, seeing them as not just geographical discoveries, but opportunities for further Spanish dominance and, of course, new sources of wealth. This wasn't just kingly curiosity. It was a deeply strategic perversion of scholarly interest into imperial ambition, viewing the entire world as a potential extension of his ruthlessly managed domain. Ferdinand stands as a compelling and terrifying example of a perverted king, a ruler who harnessed the immense power of faith and transformed it into an instrument of state terror and financial exploitation, laying the foundations for Spain's golden age through acts of profound intolerance. He was the kind of king who would offer you salvation with one hand and sign your execution order with the other. A master of the sweet-sounding lie that masked a very bitter truth. You might admire his political genius, but you'd certainly never, ever trust him. Ferdinand II, the Catholic monarch who built an empire on faith, steel, and the confiscated wealth of exiles, leaves us with a chilling final example of perversion as a cold, strategic fusion of piety and political opportunism. His story reminds us that even the most great and glorious reigns could be founded on acts of profound intolerance and ruthless pragmatism. You'd certainly appreciate his political acumen, but you'd be wise to never, ever trust him. And so, as the torchlight in these ancient halls begins to dim into faint, dusty scent of centuries past slowly recedes, we find ourselves drifting back from the peculiar and often unsettling world of medieval kings. We've journeyed through reigns marked by intense personal indulgence, profound psychological instability, shocking cruelty, and bizarre intellectual fixations. We've seen monarchs driven by unquenchable lust, by an insatiable hunger for vengeance, by crippling insecurity, or by an almost pathological detachment from the demands of their sacred office, each, in their own unique way, stretched or shattered the boundaries of what was considered acceptable, revealing the raw, unvarnished truth of absolute power. It's easy to look back with modern eyes and judge these figures, to recoil at their excesses, or to marvel at their peculiar obsessions. But in their world, the crown was more than a symbol. It was the very embodiment of divine right, a direct conduit to power that often went unchecked by anything but rebellion or the grave. The standards of morality, hygiene, and governance were different, yes, but the human heart, with its capacity for both brilliance and depravity, for selfless devotion and terrifying cruelty, remains remarkably consistent. The whispers of court intrigue, the clatter of swords, the grand feasts, and the shadowed dungeons, these were the backdrops against which these powerful individuals acted out their deepest desires and their most peculiar impulses. As we reflect on these stories, it becomes clear that perversion in a king wasn't always about outright malice. Sometimes it was born of profound sadness, like Charles VI's descent into madness, or Baldwin IV's courageous struggle against his own failing body. Sometimes it was a desperate, if misguided, attempt to secure a dynasty, like Henry VIII's relentless pursuit of an heir, Casimir the Great's audacious marital acrobatics, and sometimes it was simply the unchecked ego of an individual who believed themselves beyond reproach, like the financial rapaciousness of King John or the flamboyant defiance of William Rufus. The echoes of their decisions, passions, and their peculiar perversions rippled through time, shaping the very nations they ruled and leaving indelible marks on the vast tapestry of history. We learned that power, in its purest, most absolute form, is a double-edged sword, capable of sculpting magnificent cathedrals and codifying profound laws with one hand, while orchestrating terrifying massacres and petty cruelties with the other. As the last embers of our historical journey softly glow and begin to fade, leaving only the quiet hum of your own space, take a moment to consider the sheer weight of a crown. Imagine the loneliness of ultimate authority, where every whim can become a command, every passing thought a decree. It makes you appreciate the intricate, often messy, systems of governance that have evolved since striving to balance power with accountability, however imperfectly. Now, as the quiet drifts around you, flow, and the last images of impaled forests and gilded prosthetic noses gently dissolve into the darkness, let the stories of these kings simply settle into the quiet corners of your mind. The weight of history, for now, can rest. All that's left is the soft hum of the fan, the dim glow of your screen, and the comforting stillness of your room. Drift peacefully now, letting these tales fade into the background like distant murmurs in a great hall. The kings are gone, their crowns lie silent, and all that remains are the stories, whispering softly on the edge of sleep. Good night.